Testing. Okay. All right, and here we go. Welcome, everyone, as we get into now week 3 of the Champions of the Rift. So every single week, we have competitors who get together and go head-to-head to figure out who is going to be able to fight it out and make their way up the tournament. It's going to be really fun. So this is basically going to be 4 rounds that are going to be happening each and every week on Tuesday. And depending on where you place, depends on how many points you score. That then gets added to a leaderboard, and then you see where you rank. After 8 weeks, we will be having a final tournament, which will be, hosted by yours truly. And then you are able to play for a first and second place playmat. So some pretty exciting stuff there. Now, we are in the process of getting everything going. We just have a few more things to get started here. I think we are ready to start the tournament. So we have processed the check-in results, and everything is now starting the tournament. So with that being said, everything is now officially posted. And so with that, we are going to be taking a look at the tournament itself. Now, this is going to be a lot of fun here because we have some really good competition to keep in mind here. Now, some people that we've seen on the regular here. I mean, we've seen Corey Millhouse coming back. He played Kaisa last week, but said he still doesn't know what he's quite wanting to play. So that's going to be fun to see maybe what he decides to get going here. And we have some newcomers too, like Living in 2012 and serious players. So again, it's going to be really fun to see how all of that is going to be playing out. Now, again, this is going to be a best of 3. So you do have chances to side in your decks, and you do also have a 60-minute timer that is going to be starting here in about 4 minutes, and then we are going to get things started. So we'll see how this ends up going here. But we'll get things set up and joining a match. And so let's see. I think we'll go for Doughy Nut here first. One of my good friends here love to be able to cast his match. And so let's get that going here. I think it's going to be a really good match too. Curious to see how that will go here, but should be a lot of fun. And so again, this is going to be set 2, so if you want to start looking at seeing what some Spiritforged is able to bring us, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And so, yeah, and it's been a really interesting meta, all things considered. And so I can't wait to see how all of that is going to come together. I mean, we've seen a lot of Draven lately, and so is this going to be something that is going to be a bit more on the regular for us? And so... And let me just get a few things set up. I hope you guys are having a great time. What are your thoughts so far on Spiritforged here? I've been really liking it. The only issue that I necessarily have with it so far is the fact that it is being very Draven-driven. And so that's going to be kind of the hardest part for me here. But here we go with starting off on this match. Oh, I did forget to change the competitors there. Oh, well, I'll fix that real quick. So first off, it looks like we got... Let's see. Annie. Annie at the top. And then down at the bottom, we got the... And so, yeah, I'm going to be really excited to see how these matches end up playing out for us. Oh, gosh, yeah. And so, again, we are starting this first match, and it is going to be an interesting way to see how this will play out. Fiora, I mean, it very well could be a Fiora hook that we are going to be seeing here, but at the same time, even just a regular Fiora could be a very difficult matchup here for both competitors. So I'm going to be curious to see how this could unravel here. Now, at the same time, Annie is able to still move really fast, and we've even seen some Annie be able to participate in the tournament decently well enough. And so, again, I'm going to be curious to see what Annie is able to do here, as Fiora is going to be going in and a Ride-a-Wind so the Kai'Sa can go into the other battlefield and attempt to score. So, I mean, that's already going to be a really good play to get Kai'Sa on the battlefield, score a point, and then also be able to score on the upkeep there. And, I mean, that is a very powerful play to start off here. So, again, I'm going to be curious to see how all of this is going to end up playing out here. So again, here we go with double Kai'Sa being out on the board. Now, one thing that I do really like about Unsung Hero is the fact that when it dies, if it was Mighty, aka having above 5 Might, then it is able to draw you an additional 2. So having the BF sword and then being able to get in and really start to make a presence here, because one thing that Fiora really can struggle with is the card draw. So if you are able to get things going here, then it can really just help you continue to build that momentum. And so let's see what we are going to be able to bring. Looks like a cleave is going to be coming in on the Kai'Sa, going up to 7 might in that case, as it goes in, going up to 8. And it looks like that will be enough to take out that unit, which is going to allow 2 cards to be drawn at this point. And now the scary part here is that the Fiora does have a lot of runes to be able to utilize, and it is going to be a big option here to be able to give you a lot of versatility. But Annie right now with the double Kai'Sa is going to be scary to have to go against here. And so I'm going to be curious to see what maybe is going to be able to happen here, because the card disparity, Annie doesn't have one right now, going up to 7 cards in hand with 6 runes still able to be utilized here. And no problem, I don't mind the all caps. But good to see you here, Sunflower. And yeah, it's going to be really fun. But still, this is going to have to be a big turn for the Fiora. It's interesting that we also see a Treasure Hunter that basically is going to be there for another Might, but also did not ready up the rune right here with the Annie Legend ability. And I mean, why would you necessarily? That is just going to be another rune in this case, but still, that is a scary board when you have to face an Annie that has 6 runes at the ready. And it's like, well, hopefully you do have your signature spell with Fiora that could be something to make a big difference, as the BF sword is equipped over to the Fiora, making it go up to 9 with the buff, then up to 10 with the Trifarian War Camp. And is this going to be a fight or flight? Nope, this very well could be a... Yep, it is a fight or flight in this case, targeting the Fiora. So is there going to... There is no signature spell here in this case, so... Here we go, though, with a first mate coming in to ready it back up and attacking right in. It's like you thought you could get rid of me. Doesn't look like that is going to be the case. And so this is a big stand that the Fiora is going to be taking here in this exchange. And it looks like that is going to be a win. So that says a lot for what is also in Annie's hand at this time. Now, if we can attack him with a Pit Rookie and even have something along the lines of a punch first, that could be a big game changer. Not only that, because it will become mighty, but then you'll be able to use the Grand Duelist here. Oh, or if you also do it on the first mate, then you can recycle a rune with the Fiora to be able to ready it up. So again, this... Oh, the bracket says week 2. I forgot to update the bracket then. I'll fix that here. But yeah, it is definitely week 3 in this case. But yeah, we'll get that fixed for you guys. But yeah, this is going to be really fun to see. It's already been a huge exchange, but especially if Annie is potentially going to be falling here a little bit behind. Punch First is going to be coming in. That will add +5 to a buffed Pit Rookie, which is going to allow it to go up to 8. Now, it looks like the Gust is going to be coming in, though. That's going to be a big change there because Punch First is going to activate after the Gust, meaning that the Pit Rookie being at 3 will still be able to be gusted and the Punch First will be fizzling out. So, I mean, that's going to be a big cost. That's going to be 2 runes that are going away, and then you are unable to activate your Fiora. So a really powerful card right there with Gust, and that is a big difference. And this is cool. This has been going so back and forth, too. I mean, right now it's still 4-3 in game 1. And so I'm going to be curious on what each competitor is going to be able to do to try to get back into this game. But I mean, even with a Kai'Sa being on the battlefield, that already is going to be scary enough, as it looks like Doughy Nut is going up to 5. So this can be a big turn for Annie. And I mean, if we go and look at what's in the discard, we do have a Ride the Wind that the Annie could get back, even a Cleave, or even another Fight or Flight. So, you know, maybe not as good as the Fizz here, but still being able to get a card back from the grave. And it can be any card, any spell card that you want to be able to get out of the grave, which can make a big difference here. And so here we go with a Rebuke coming in on the Fiora. Now that's going to be a deflect cost that is going to be paid as well. So going to make sure that can really start to make a big difference. But if there's another Kai'Sa with 5 runes left, that could be a big difference maker, though it doesn't look like that will be the case. Instead, it looks like a Ride the Wind is going to be played here. And that's going to allow the Kai'Sa to move over to the Trifarian War Camp again, gaining another point. Going up to 6 and drawing another card off of the Kai'Sa ability. So already a lot has been said here on what Annie is able to do. And I've been really impressed because this can be... Let's see. Yeah, I'll see what I can do about that, Hugo. And so, yeah, it looks like with the scrap heap, that is going to be used to draw another card. On that part, Unsung Hero is going to be coming into hand. Going to be attaching to the BF sword, which means now the Fiora could activate here. Good to see you, or not Jibs. Good to see you. And so, yeah, going to be able to move in then at an acceleration to be able to go up to 4, but still going against an Annie. And here's the hook that is able to come in. So, again, this could be a very big momentum shift here. If he is able to hit the Harness Dragon off of the hook, that could be a big difference maker there. And so, of course, when you discard that, you're going to be able to draw 2 cards after the fact, but or do you get to decide when it goes? Still, we're going to be looking at the top 5 here. Oh, I can't see what those are. Dang it. I wish, but... Try to make it a little bit bigger for you guys. Without being, let's go a tiny bit bigger. We'll do it live. Okay. That's not horrible. That should help a little bit for you guys. Yeah, sorry about that, Hugo. We're still trying to figure out the everything, but looks like a set is going to be coming in now. That does come in as a 4, then can go up to 5, which means also Fiora is going to be able to accelerate it out, even though you've already scored for the Dreaming Tree. But still, it's really scary right now because right now the Annie is going to be at 6 points. And sometimes you are able to really get around that quite easily. And so it looks like another pit rookie is going to be coming in here. And I think next week then I'll make the Annie or the legends and everything a little bit smaller so you guys have more screen. So we'll put that up. So we'll see how this ends up heading into this match. Looks like the Fiora is going to be going up to 6 points. Attaching the BF sword, that'll make her mighty in this case too, going up to 6. So it looks like that'll be happening. And the hard part is, I don't know if the Fiora is going to be able to win this. You would really want to maybe start to stack up the battlefield a little bit, but there's 6 runes on the side of Annie with 6 cards in hand. That is already going to be scary enough. And even if they are able to only take 1 battlefield and then maybe have a fight or flight to hold to go to 8 points for Annie, that's doable. But then again, even the baited hook could be something to really keep an eye on here. Because if Annie is only able to take 1 battlefield, it's going to get interesting fast. So here we go with a cleave coming in. That is going to be adding 3 to the Kai'Sa, going up to 7. So that's 7 to 6 currently. 1 rune still at the ready. Could be a punch first. But it is going to be a call to glory in this case, spending probably the buff of set to be able to add 3. So yeah, you would have to be spending the buff of set. Yeah. And being able to draw a card off of Dreaming Tree. So a really great reaction to be able to give you some reactions there and still a chance for an additional spell to be utilized here on the other side. So it looks like a flash then is going to be pulling the Kai'Sa back, and it might be using the rest of this turn to be able to just build up and try to get some answers. But, I mean, that is a huge turn for Fiora, and that might be enough to be able to secure game number 1 here. That is something you do not want to have to give up right there. And, I mean, oh, man. And it's like, that's scary because the Fiora had a lot of units that were back in base that I really feel like they needed to be putting out into the battlefield to stop them from going up. I mean, there is so much versatility that Annie is able to utilize, such as even rebukes, fight or flights. I mean, any number of reasons here. And so lucky in this case that the Fiora didn't get severely punished for keeping a lot of units back. But here we go again with another Fiora coming out into the battlefield. Then also a pit rookie being played. That's going to be up to 3 in the Trifarian War Camp. That's going to buff up the Fiora at this point, which is going to make it mighty. So that's already a scary thing, trying to deal with the deflect, ganking, and shield. So it's going to be at 6 when they attack in. And still 2 runes at the ready. That could also be the Fiora signature spell that can be utilized on the other turn here. But it's like, yeah, do you just try to divide and conquer here, saying Set's going over on the Trifarian War Camp side, everything else is going on the other side, and pass, I mean, at that point. This is a scary board state right here that the Fiora was able to build, and still with 5 cards in hand. I mean, that says a lot, but Annie has 6 cards in hand with 8 runes at the ready. But that is a very difficult battlefield, or battlefields that you have to deal with here. And so I'm wondering if we're also still going to be seeing, a little too late there. I'm wondering if we're still going to be seeing Arena's Greatest coming from Annie here in game number 2 as a battlefield of choice to add another point and make the game a little bit faster. It looks like a called shot is going to be played, trying to dig for the answers here. Is not going to be repeated. Odds are no rune was sacrificed. And so looks like they did put 1 and 1 on the bottom. And I mean, this seal is a very big proponent. And they very well might be drawing just to see, yeah, if I even drew one more card, would it make a difference? Kind of thing. Because I'm thinking they are going to be going into game 2 at this point. I don't know how you would get around. I know sometimes there's Downwell Annie that is sometimes utilized here. But what is in Annie's hand at this point? Okay, yeah. Dang it. A very tough loss right there. Still a lot of game left to be played. But, I mean, you're able to see why Fiora can also be a very formidable opponent, but luckily was bailed out of jail a little bit just because there was no actual response there that Annie could punish on. And it looks like this is a little bit more traditional of an Annie. I mean, we saw the Vi that was in there. We've seen some Ride the Winds and things like that. But that's going to be the big thing. And they were digging a little bit with the called shot to try to get some kind of answer, but they unfortunately were not able to do so. And again, there's still a couple of things that are up to interpretation on what Annie is able to do. Luckily with the seal and the purple that was still up, you did have enough at least to do the downwell, but it's like at that point, then what? They have the ability to accelerate out their units as Fiora. I mean, that one Fiora is 3. And then you're able to get something out, make it mighty, and then immediately attack in on. And so there's a lot of interesting plays that really can mitigate what Downwell Annie might be able to do. And I don't think that's this deck in particular. But right there, we saw Fiora Hook that was able to take game number 1 as we start getting into game number 2. Who is going to be winning this one here? Let me know down in the chat here, because yeah, I mean, it looks like we do have Arena's Greatest that is coming in. That's going to be starting with 1 additional point, and then likewise Sunken Temple, a Fiora favorite. When you conquer here, you may pay 1 to draw 1. I mean, that is something that Fiora can really use here. And again, man, I mean, we're starting. This is exciting because next week I'm already signed up for 3 pre-Rift events here. I am getting so excited to be able to play this set. And to be able to host these tournaments for you guys has been an absolute blast here. So we'll see what is able to be done. At least a little bit of a start. Getting the Poro going in and getting the sneaky deckhand in. Pretty much an optimal start here for the Annie that Fiora is going to have to respond to. Otherwise, it's going to be too little too late. But it looks like the BF Sword, is going to be coming into play here. That will immediately attach to Unsung Hero, making it mighty, causing the Fiora to channel a rune. And then he can attack in. And going for 5 there. And so the scary part is those 3 runes. Is that going to be... Oh, I mean, that's the scary part. It might be 4 damage coming the way... that wouldn't necessarily be horrible, though. That'd be a little bit of a waste. Void Seeker. And I don't know if you necessarily run Void Seeker in set 2. You still kind of can. Annie is up in the air. But it looks like a Flash is going to be coming in, pushing the... Sneaky Deckhand back. That is going to be a 1 combat, and of course will be drawing a card off of the Sunken Temple, paying that 1. And going over to Annie, and again, Annie has done a good job not necessarily needing to recycle a bunch of runes here. And so we'll see what is able to be done here. And Ezreal is going to be coming in. One of the most broken cards here of set 2, if not probably the most broken. It just utilizes the called shot so effectively and is able to do a lot here. Also, even just being able to discard 1, then draw 2 for 3 and a power and getting a 3 might out. I'm telling you, this is probably going to be the most expensive card come set 2. But yeah, it looks like that is going to be a pass. Another point scored, but they are gearing up, Annie is, for a big turn. And that BF wielding, that BF wielding unsung hero is going to be moving back as first mate comes in then to be able to ready it and push it into the other battlefield, making it 4-4. Now, the scary part here is, oh, the baited hook is coming in early and now going to be able to take out that unsung hero, drawing 2 and then being able to look at the top 5 of the deck and picking one that is going to be at 6 might or less. So that is going to be a big shift in, depending on what you're going to hit here. Yeah, and that's going to be the risk and reward there. It looks like, oh, a little bit of a miss, but that's going to be a first mate that's readied up. Not necessarily what you want to see there. Dang, that's really rough there. And it looks like the first mate is going in. They've already scored for that battlefield, so it's just more so being in the way at this point. But could also be hiding a card, it very well could be a hidden blade to be able to at least draw 2. Oh, and then at least going mighty to be able to channel a rune there, making it a little bit more difficult to try to take down at 6 might. And so, again, it might be a little bit of a mistake, but if you are trying to dig for additional cards or even giving Annie additional cards with the hidden blade, to be able to hold a battlefield could be a good answer, but you got to be very fearful of the Darius here. Here comes possibly a rebuke. Yep, that is going to be a rebuke. That is going to target the first mate, probably triggering now the hidden card here. And it looks like, yeah, Hidden Blade is going to be coming in, killing a unit at a battlefield. Its controller drawing 2. So is going to be able to then fill up the hand a little bit more and going up to 7 runes on this next turn. Now, the scary part is you can still equip the BF sword. That's going to channel another rune for the Fiora, move into a battlefield that you have a good chance of conquering, and then utilizing the baited hook to be able to get another unit out. That's the risk and reward of baited hook, is sometimes you can really miss. And Annie on 6 is incredibly scary. Now, the biggest thing, though, is Annie has really been suffering on card draw this turn. Only 3 cards in hand. If Annie goes down to even 2 or 1 card in hand, that's going to be a little bit scary. But it looks like Annie is going to now be coming in to fish out a spell card, and it's going to be taking the rebuke and putting it back in hand. Now, of course, it can't be played on this opponent's turn because they only have 1 Chaos Rune in their field. And we have seen the Vi and we have seen the Ride the Wind in this deck. Now, against a Fiora deck, that can be still a little bit scary because there is so many counter spells essentially in this meta. So we got to be careful about how we go about this, but still looks like that the first mate is going to be going up to 6. That is going to be channeling a rune exhausted, going against the Pouty Poro in this case. And that is going to be a win there. Again, another card able to be drawn off of the Sunken Temple. Now, after that, I mean, we're probably going to be seeing another baited hook coming in. But this is insane. I mean, seeing a Fiora with 9 cards in hand, 24 cards left in the deck, and it is outdrawing an Annie right now. Things I never thought I would say, but, you know, this is the world we live in. So again, this is all. I mean, this is a very unique situation here. Trying to figure out where to go from here. Again, it's always going to be scary to try to deal with this board. Annie at 6, like what we've said, is so scary to try to utilize here. And so, yeah, how you join these streams is down in the description below. There is a place in the Discord every Sunday or Monday. I will attach the sign-up link, and then we play every Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern. So it's free for anyone to join. If you want to be able to practice, you are more than welcome to be able to join here. So, yep, this is open to anyone and everyone. And that is going to be a pass. So again, this is really scary. I mean, we know for sure that there is a rebuke in hand. They easily have the 2 chaos runes, especially with the seal in hand. So very well could be starting with that. But it looks like another Ezreal is going to be coming in, discarding a scrap heap to be able to draw 3 cards. And so again, I mean, a pretty difficult situation to find yourself in. And it's like you're at the whim here. And it's like, yeah, if there is a rebuke, that is going to be able to allow Fiora's signature spell. I mean, there's 9 cards in hand, 8 cards in hand for the Fiora. You're assuming at this point that her signature spell is in hand. And even at that, I mean, could even potentially play 2 signature spells. And I wouldn't put that past him at this point. Now, of course, that would be like God Hand at that point, but it looks like both are going to be attacking, and priority is going to be on the Annie first. That is still only going to be 5 or 6, sorry. 6 to 8. And so it looks like that is going for the trade in this case. Taking out the first mate. Really interesting play right there. Really interesting. Now, what can you do to be able to take this battlefield? Or are you okay risking it here? But I don't think that's going to be the best play, because that is so scary. That was a lot of utility, and they did not use the rebuke. So there's only 4 runes left for the Annie here. And we know what 1 card is in the hand. Gosh, I mean, it could go either way at this point. Right now, I mean, Fiora has all the cards in hand, but not allow a lot out on the board. And so we'll see. We'll see what's able to be done here. But it looks like that's going to be a pass with 6 runes at the ready, going up to 6. Now, and this is one of the biggest things, too. I got to say, Fiora is one of the more complicated decks to try to pilot here. And I say that mainly due to the fact that there are so many different lines, and almost you got to be so careful, because you can make a mistake or really just not see the best line here, and Baited Hook makes it that much more difficult to try to play here. And so already going to be recycling a few cards here. Going to be going out with a Spectral Matron here that will be able to get a 3-mite unit out back from the deck. That is going to be a first mate that will then allow for the Spectral Matron to go into the Arena's Greatest. Now that is going to be attaching the BF Sword that is allowing it to go up to 7. And channeling a rune. But the big thing is there is still the Rebuke in hand. But so many runes, it could very well be wasted here. There's 1 rune. And it looks like a Ride the Wind is going to be coming in for the Spectral Mage, or for the Sneaky Deckhand to move over to the other battlefield. So this battlefield over here at the Arena's Greatest will fully resolve at this point, giving the player the points up to 7. And then a new showdown now is going to be starting at Sunken Temple. And so at this point, Sneaky Deckhand is going to be the attacker, so priority is going to be there at this point. Going up to 7, and now a new battle will be commencing here. And it looks like a cleave is going to be coming down. That is going to be a good play there, becoming the attacker, going up to 5. But again, there we go with the 1-2 punch first, going up to 7 instead of the 5. So is there going to be a response to Annie, or did she just kind of shoot herself in the foot there a little bit? And that might be enough to cost her the game as the sneaky deckhand goes to the grave. Yeah, that's not the winning point there, but, you know, that would be nice. Still, though, 4 runes at the ready, 8 or 7 cards in hand for the Fiora. This has been a really great showing, but it seems like the Annie just has almost had the answers here, almost had it. And especially with the Rebuke in hand, maybe they are playing a little bit too careful, fearing that signature spell. And that might be, it's like you almost want to even play through it because it's like, well, I got to get it out of your hand, if anything. But still, I mean, right now it's 7-7 in game 2 here. The Fiora's already taken game 1, and this could be it for the Annie. So, I mean, we'll see what might be able to do it. And if this is going to be a 2-0 here for the Fiora hook. Sorry about that. Didn't realize that would do that. So they have 3 chaos power to be able to utilize here. And it looks like the Ezreal is going to be coming in. That's going to be a good win there. That's going to be the ability to draw a card for being at 7 points. But there has to be some kind of answer. If there's maybe a Darius, that could be a solid answer here to try to attack in. But you would need something like a cleave or even an equipment at this point would be important to have here, because the equipment would not be able to be countered by the signature spell. Oh gosh, let's see what is going to be done here with Annie. Looks like there's one playing a seal for a seal. Okay. That's fine. And there's the Rebuke, though, coming in. And there's the signature spell saying, no way, I'm not doing that. And so that's going to be a big shutdown there. That's going to be an additional 2 might added to the Spectral Matron at that point. So it's going to be going up to 9, and the Rebuke is no more. And so the Darius doesn't have the ability to be readied up with that spell being countered. But, I mean, there still could be another one. Looks like the hand was shown, though. Another signature spell right there. A lot of answers. And sadly, nothing for the Annie player to be able to utilize here. So, I mean, guys, that's sometimes how it goes. But, I mean, the baited hook is interesting here. But the cleave, unfortunately, would not make a difference here. But, I mean, that's sometimes how it goes. But this is going to be an exciting tournament. Now, of course, just so you guys don't know, this is a free tournament for you guys to be able to sign up for. We play on TCG Arena, which is a web-based browser. What that means is that you're able to play for free. It's really cool. Just be familiar with it. But we run this tournament every single Tuesday, meaning that you are going to be able to join. And we play 4 rounds, just like what you would maybe at a Nexus night with 1 additional round. And you're able to drop at any time. If you do want to join these tournaments, feel free. You're more than welcome to. Just join the Discord down below. And when I post the sign-up link on Sunday or Monday, you are able to sign up and then just be sure to check in, and you're more than welcome to join. But really fun game to be able to see that. I'm going to be in the process of looking for another game because it looks like we still have another 30 minutes, 25 minutes on the clock. And so we'll see what else is going to be there. But in the meantime, guys, we are going to be taking a quick break. All right, so one of the biggest things here right now, we're going to take a look at the bracket. Looks like, looks like Living in 2012 was able to take that 2-0. Great plays right there against the Annie player. Doughy Nuts, still a very competitive player. Love seeing what he is able to do, but I mean, sometimes that's just how it goes down. Likewise, we've actually had a lot of these matches already finish, and we still have Corey Millhouse versus DMV Van, Gameplay Slayer versus Serious Player, though I believe he didn't show up. They just couldn't do voice. Oh, no problem. Okay, so looks like, yeah, Serious Player has shown up. That's great news right there. And so we have a couple of other matches that we are still waiting to see what might be able to be done here. So let's see if we can get one. I think Corey Millhouse will be able to join here. So in the meantime, let's get back to me while I join this lobby. But again, Spiritforged, even outside of Draven, and luckily on these tournaments, not a lot of people have been playing Draven. That's been one thing that's been really interesting. And it's a very competitive meta, and I think even Draven at this point, while he is the highest represented and a very powerful deck at that, is still going to maybe see a little bit of a falling off here as we go here, as we continue to get further and further into Spiritforged. And so I'm going to be curious to see what he's able to do. I mean, we have two big regionals that are coming up that are going to be big deciding factors here. Now, likewise, this is going to be interesting. Corey Millhouse coming in with the set. Now, let me get that fixed real quick. Set, and then likewise, a Lux at the bottom. Glad I put that legend in. I usually didn't think I would get to use it that much, but glad I'm able to. Wow. And so really cool to be able to see that. So we don't know what game we are currently in. And still really interesting to see. Now, we have seen some set that has been able to do a lot of really fun plays here and had some really good showings, too, over in China. Sometimes getting some second and third place wins, but it looks like that is going to be the end of the game. We'll see if that is going to be all she wrote there. And, yeah, these tournaments are completely free for you to be able to enter. It's just my way to kind of give back to the community while also being able to cast. Love casting these tournaments, and then there are going to be prizes at the end of the season where first and second place is going to be able to get a champion mat that is designed by yours truly, and then likewise on the other side, then we are going to have a second place mat that will be a finalist mat that you will be able to pick your legend, and I will design that out as well. So some really fun plays and really fun prizes for you to be able to do, but yeah, it is going to just be to first and second. So this tournament this season is going to be 8 weeks long in this case, and then those who qualify will be able to get into said final tournament. So we'll see. It's been a really fun turnout, though. We normally get between 16 and 20 players, and you're welcome to drop at any time. So even if you only play 2 rounds, you still get a point for each round that you played if you're outside of the top 10. So you still are able to contribute and try to qualify for that end of season tournament if you just happen to be a little bit more busy. So it's been a lot of fun, and it's been fun to see the community come together on this. So here we go with another game, and it looks like the Lux is going to be starting out here. This could very well be game number 3, which means Lux might have taken one of these games. So, I mean, we'll see at this point, but I'm really curious about these deck combinations. And so here we go. 4 runes tapped for the Lux. The Lux is going to be coming in, just for you guys who don't know. Basically, at reaction speed, you're able to add 2 runes, use only to play spells. And so, again, that can be a really big difference maker early on, especially when you can go up to 6 runes and be able to use 2 with the Lux. And Set doesn't necessarily have a lot of spell removal to take care of the backfield. And so Lux here in this particular matchup can be very powerful here as we see a pit rookie moving into the Windswept Hillock, which units here have ganking. Now, of course, that's going to mean that Warmong's armor is going to be able to add a buff on the Conquer, which is going to be a great addition, moving it up to 4 might right off the bat. But again, even something like a Singularity could already shut down this set. And yeah, thank you for the raid there, King Louis. And there is the Singularity coming out onto the field. Now, in this case, it looks like something was saved. Potentially. Yeah, it looks like the set did take his buff to be able to save himself. I gotta say, love the set alt art here for set 2. Really looks good. Can't wait to see the texture art in person, too. Over 40 alt arts in Spiritforged. I mean, that's a huge step up from Origins. I think Origins, had just the signature spells? Or no, not the signature, just the Legends, I think, was about it. Or the Champions, I mean. You know what I mean. Yeah, so, I mean, they still had a decent amount, but not nearly, 40. That's insane. And so here we go. It is time for Set's turn here. Immediately going to be moving into the battlefield. Able to go up to 2. That is going to give him his buff back, going up to 5. 4 runes, though, to be used with 5 cards in hand. That can be a difficult situation here. But it looks like a Sabotage is going to be coming in to reveal the hand of Lux. A great play there. Now, of course, we see Falling Comet, Plundering Poro, Recruit the Vanguard, Salvage, Imperial Decree, another Singularity, and a Drag Under. So, I mean, a lot of removal there for the Lux. And it's like, well, I mean, I guess I picked the lesser of 2 evils at this point. What do you pick? And it looks like the Singularity is going to be added, should be added to the bottom of the deck, but sometimes that is very easy to forget. But also, even in like this, there's nothing to fish out these spells anyway. But looks like the first mate is going to be coming in to allow the set to be ready as it ganks over into the Veiled Temple, going up to 3 points. A really good play, trying to get a bit ahead. And I mean, it's like, yeah, the set is still going to be able to live, but that's going to be another rune sacrificed there. But at the same time, this is sometimes the struggle of Lux. If you aren't able to get units out onto the board, it doesn't matter how many times you remove your opponent's units, there's nothing you can do here. You know, you need to be able to take and get points. And right now, they ended up playing out the Plundering Poro and passing. So that's going to be another point as Corey then goes into the other battlefield, going up to 5 potentially if there isn't a response here. And I mean, of course, we've already seen the hand of Lux, so there very well might not be in this case. And so again, that's going to be a removal there. That was the Drag Under. And so they still have 17 minutes left on this timer. But again, another 3. Lucian's going to be coming in. Again, we got to be so careful about the Singularity here. But a Showstopper is going to be a step in the right direction. Looks like going to be targeting the Lucian potentially to be able to add that buff, readying him up, and then allowing him to move into a battlefield. And so again, that's going to allow him then to ready up and then pull right back into the base. But there still is a Singularity to have to worry about here. And so, yeah, we'll see how this is able to play out here. But again, Lux has the ability to be able to take both, but Singularity will essentially take one out and allow the other to stay. But you've been able to see what Set is able to do. The scary part here, though, is that Corey, if he only has one unit out, one card in hand, that is scary. That's something you got to be very careful of. And that might have been what caused him to lose one of the games against Lux, was the card disparity there. So now that the Poro has gone in and conquered a battlefield, that is going to be adding a gold down to be utilized on the following turn. Yeah, and it is interesting that they didn't do the Weapon Master of the Lucian on the Warmonger armor. Might have been anticipating in case there was a response. With the other card that's still in hand, difficult to say. Also, Corey has been playing a different deck every single week. Last week was a Kaisa. And when you're playing a different deck, it's very easy to make mistakes because you don't necessarily know this deck optimally. It's like, yeah, sure, I'll see what happens. Looks like a salvage is going to be coming in, though. That will be destroying the Warmong's armor, drawing a card. And Lux has 7 cards in hand, but is going to be passing after that. So still 2 units out here, and they haven't used the Lux's legend ability here to be able to add 2 runes to play a spell in a long while. And so 6 runes, all orange. Is this a 12 rune orange deck? That would be really funny. I'd be for it. And so here we go again, trying to get a glimpse of what Corey is going to be able to do here. Immediately able to attack in to the Windswept Hillock. And it looks like that is going to be 6 that is going to be utilized, as a drag under is going to be selecting the set. Now, of course, that is going to be a tapped out, essentially tapped out Lux here. And yeah, looks like going to be floating 1 to be able to bring the set back to base, still alive. Now, it was really smart to be able to attack in with the set first, because the Lucian has the ability that the first time I conquer each turn, ready me. So now he can go in to the Windswept Hillock and afterwards ready himself up, and then immediately be able to go over with the ganking battlefield to go up to 7 points. And so, again, already a great play, and you're able to see what the Windswept Hillock is able to do here and how powerful it can still be for set. It was already a really great option in set 1, but it looks like it is still paying dividends here in set 2. And so here comes the monkey. He's going to be buffed at this point. Everything's going to be saved, pulling everything back. And I really do like that play, though, because, I mean, it's scary, though, with all the removal that Lux has had. Would you rather just go for 7 points and then try to push for the 8 with the final 2 units that you have? Only 1 card in hand for Corey here. And I mean, this is the hard part. Lux has 8 runes essentially to utilize here with 8 cards in hand. How do you deal with a set that is able to save another unit? So even if you do like a Singularity, for example, you're able to take out 1 unit essentially, because the set will be able to then save the other. So you're gonna need a Singularity and even maybe a Cull of the Week at that point. And again, this is a little bit of the disparity here, where Lux needs to get units out on the board, because again, we've been able to see how it's able to take out a lot of units, but it has not been able to score any points. It is 6-1 currently. That's the difference here. Doesn't matter how many cards you have in hand, how many times you can remove a unit. It does not matter if you cannot score points. And so here we go. I mean, this is going to be a hard turn for Lux, trying to probably figure out each and every line that they're trying to find. So, I mean, we'll see. But here comes an Akshan coming in. Potentially. Oh, and he's looking at the top 5 in this point. So he's maybe seeing, you know, do I even have an answer here? So it very well could be just like a concede at this point with no answers. And I mean, there's Blood Money, Recruit the Vanguard, Falling Comet, Echo, Time Warp. Oh my gosh. Yep. And just unfortunately, doesn't look like there's a lot of answers here for DM Van. But I mean, I gotta say, I really do like the set here. It looked really good. I mean, the card disparity was a little bit scary. If there would have been just a little bit more removal that they could have utilized, it would have been a much different story here. But again, I gotta say, the biggest thing that shot Lux there was that she was unable to get those units down. And so, unfortunately, that's how it's going to be sometimes. But guys, really liking how this was able to play out. And it looks like we have one more game that we are waiting for. So on the flip side, we still have Game Slayer versus Serious Player that is being played here. And there is 9 minutes left on the clock. So we'll see how that's going to be able to be played out here. But Corey is going to be taking it 2-1 against a Lux. And I got to say, even a Lux being able to take a game like that, really well done. And I mean, you know, this meta is really interesting, all things to consider. Now, is Lux necessarily going to be, like we're going to be saying at this point, that Lux is tier 1? Not by any means. But at the same time, it's still really interesting to see here and what it's able to do, because sometimes it can win some good games. And so, yeah, love how that is. Now, let's go ahead and I'm going to get round 2 ready. Okay. And so, yeah, I gotta say, this is gonna be a lot of fun. And again, if anyone does want to be a part of this, always feel free to join here. We would love to have you. And again, like we said, I mean, we had, I think, 19 to 20 people. Yeah, 19 people register at this point. And so we'll see. I think, oh, Eagle's here. He got the bye. Okay, that's why he was here. So we'll see, but I mean, again, it's going to be really fun to see who ends up coming out on top here. So again, guys, now that we are done with round number 1, we're pretty much just going to talk until everything is reported. So if you guys have any questions, concerns, or anything that you want to talk about. Now, one thing is Draven an issue here in the meta? In the fact of he is overrunning too much here. That's something to definitely be considering. Eagles! There you are. I didn't realize we had 19 people here, so I was like, huh. But yeah, welcome, welcome. Hopefully you don't get 2 buys in a row. You won't, but that would be really funny. But yeah, because that's the biggest thing. My biggest discrepancy with that is when we went into top 64 of the first China regionals, we saw 64% of the top 64 be Draven. Every other match was 2-0. Yeah. Uh-huh. No, seriously. The only one that wasn't was Lux versus Set. So already pretty crazy there. And so yeah. And then this week, this is the scariest part about the regionals also, is the fact that Draven in the top 23 of this last regionals in China, 18 was Draven. 5 other decks weren't Draven. And so, yeah. Oh, I threw game 1? Oh, no, Corey. No, I totally get that. And just so you guys know, we should be starting round number 2 anytime now. And so we should be back into the gameplay. So really good to have you guys here. We do this every single Tuesday at 6 Eastern. So if you want to see some Spiritforged gameplay, you're always welcome here. And it is commentated and casted by me. And so we'll see how it goes. Corey, how could you throw game 1, man? Gosh dang it, you saw Lux and you're like, well, I'm going to be a little distracted here. So, I really got to say, I've been playtesting Fiora Hook. It's interesting. I really like it. But it's a little intimidating because in my last live or 2 lives ago that I did, we quickly discovered how many different lines there are in Fiora Hook. And you got to be so careful on those lines. And if you're not, then you can really dig yourself into a big hole because you're not playing optimally. And then not only that, do you have to play optimally, you need to know your matchups incredibly well. What's going on with Gameslayer? Yeah, so Gameslayer didn't have an opponent that wanted to be in voice. And so they're still playing. They have 4 minutes left on the clock, and then I'm telling them to go to turns. So, no, I checked with him. His opponent still showed up. Just didn't have a voice chat. Right? Because I was a little bit worried. I'm like, dang it, man, because Gameslayer joins every week. And I'm like, he's like the one guy I don't want to not have like a round 1 opponent, you know? Because then you're just like, well, great. I get to sit around for an hour. So we'll see. And so, again, we're still waiting for that final report there. Anyway, guys, I'm going to take a quick 3-minute break, and then we're going to go to time. So, in the meantime, we'll be right back with more gameplay as we start round number 2. All right, guys, so I did just tell them that is time. So we'll tell them to start going to turns. And if I don't see anything by 10 after, I'll join Game Slayer and see where they're at. All right, guys. So round number 2 is going to be starting here. And so we'll see what is able to be played out here, as it looks like Game Slayer was able to take down Serious Player by 2-1. So we'll see what we're able to get coming up next here in the match. But yeah, I was trying to get the end of Game Slayer's match, but they didn't post it in the public chat of the chat room. And so they just DM'd it to each other. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to. Usually I will try to get in to those games. So let's see if we can find another game for us to be able to join. Let's see. Ooh, J-Chan versus Living in 2012 would be really interesting. J-Chan has done really good. He's even won a couple of the Runes and Rift tournament, but we did just watch Living in 2012. I think we'll go Eagle Eye. So I think so. Let's get that. Okay, guys, they did post the code, so let's get on over. So yeah, this is going to be pretty fun to see. I really do. I mean, it's Inferno versus Eagle Eyes. So we'll see what they pick and how this is going to impact everything, but it's going to be really fun. So there we are. We are in the game. It looks like both of them are still setting up here as we go into the match. And so let me just get a couple of things set up on my end. Ooh, and we got a Leona here. Okay. Sign me up. Oh, that's awesome. So anyway, guys, yeah, sorry, just getting some final things. Usually we would be waiting here, but okay, looks like Inferno is going to be playing in Ezreal. So this is going to be a really interesting match as we now are going to be heading into Ezreal versus Leona. And now for those of you who might not have seen the tournament over the weekend, it was one that had a Leona that was able to crack into the top 64. I mean, I gotta say, I love that it was able to do that because a lot of people are saying that Leona just is not there. And Ever, yeah, we'll get a beg for next round. Let's do that. Let's do a beg for. I'll write that down. Beg for round 3. So, yep, we'll be able to do that. I'll get you there, okay? But yeah, so this is going to be... I'm excited to see what this match is able to do at this point. Okay, and it looks like on both sides, we are going to have a Void Gate, which is going to be adding an additional damage to spells, and then the Dreaming Tree. The first time you choose a friendly unit here with a spell each turn, draw 1. And so already the Ezreal does not have a 2-drop here, as a Zhonya's Hourglass is going to be coming down onto the battlefield. But immediately it looks like a Seal and Ezreal combo piece are going to be coming down. And that's going to be a very powerful combo, being able now to discard 1 and draw 2 with Ezreal. And then likewise, your additional optional costs cost 1 rune or 1 power less. So already going to be fun to see how that's going to interact here, because there are some pretty broken things as a Rasha gets discarded into the side. And so here we go, moving into turn number 3. Looks like a Fiora is going to be coming down with the cost of 4. And Ezreal is going to now be moving into the Void Gate and potentially scoring the first point of the game as Inferno goes up 1-0. Then is going to be utilizing Called Shot, immediately able to then be repeated because of Ezreal's effect. So he's able to look at 2 cards, pick 1, look at 2 cards, and pick 1. And already you can see Ezreal in turn 3 only has 28 cards left in his deck. That's insane right there. That is absolutely insane. But it looks like on the flip side, we have a Fiora that is going to be moving into the Dreaming Tree, seeing if we have a response there from a completely ready to rune side of Ezreal, but looks like going to be still able to go up to 1. And so immediately now tapping a lot down to get the Leona down. If an opponent scores within the 3, I enter ready. But again, stunned enemy units here get -8. So, I mean, maybe a little bit of a risk trying to get all of that up, but a card is now hidden on Dreaming Tree, and that can be very scary trying to attack in. But it looks like a Singularity is going to be coming down, able to deal 6 up to 2 units. That might be, I mean, if there are 2 Zonia Hourglasses, both in this case will be saved. But again, it depends on what that hidden card is. And I'm going to be curious to see what Eagle is going to be able to do in this type of situation. Oh, and there's going to be the move any number of friendly units to battlefield to their base. That is going to be essentially just a spent card. And because of that, Zonia's Hourglass will still activate. But you get to pick which of the 2 are going to be able to survive the Singularity. Yep, and rightfully so. Looks like the Leona is going to survive. That's going to be targeting twice in that case, so the Ezreal is going to be able to exert the Legend to be able to draw one as a seal, plays a sealed, and another called shot coming down to again draw 2 cards after looking through the top 4. Very powerful combination. One of the most broken combos in the game, especially when Ezreal is like, hey, we cool, man. We get to do that for free. A lot of people hate that combo, thinking it is way too much of an advantage, especially in a second set. And so that's a really big debate that's going on in the community right now. And some people are even calling for Called Shot to be banned. But it looks like the Leona is going to be moving into the Dreaming Tree. Still 6 cards in hand for the Leona, and going to be passing with all 7 up. And so currently 2-2 versus the Ezreal. The Ezreal only down, I mean, has a 7-card advantage, 23 cards left in deck to 30 for the Leona. That's a difference. I'm gonna be very curious to see what might be happening here. Now it looks like a Rebuke is gonna be coming in. Is there gonna be a way to somehow, I mean, not so fast, could be in hand here. And at the same time, though, there is no power cost there with both seals being out there. But yeah, looks like a not so fast is gonna be played, and just in time. So the Rebuke is no more. And so the Ezreal is going to be moving into the battlefield, could be going up to 3 points, and looks like it will be confirmed. And 5 runes left at the ready here for Ezreal. Gosh, I am always so tempted to peek what's in their hands at this point, though, because it's like, you have so many cards in hand. What could you have? And especially leaving 5 runes up. I want to know why. And I mean, sure, we'll find out eventually, but I want to know why now. And again, for those of you who might just now be joining us, we are in round 2 of the Champions of the Rift tournament. So after this game, or after this match, we will have 2 more additional rounds being brought to you guys. And so we'll see what's going to be happening here. Again, really tough turn as Leona has 8 runes here, 6 cards in hand. The Leona ability here says that when you stun 1 or more enemy units, buff a friendly unit, which can be very powerful, especially in this meta. And one of the biggest things that did make this Leona fall so far behind was the dominance of Kai'Sa, because you're just going to Falling Star things, you're going to Cathian Rain, and you know, all that jazz. But now that Kai'Sa has really kind of taken a step back, and there's a lot less direct spell removal, Leona might be a little bit more competitive than what we initially thought. And so as we see these runes starting to be counted here, 4 runes tapped. That's going to be a Fiora that is going to be coming in here. And it is not mighty yet, nor is it accelerated. So might have to take a turn. And that was probably one of the biggest downfalls of Leona in general, was the fact that if you deal with what is out on the board, Leona has to spend an entire turn playing back out her units, and that can be something that really slows down the deck, whereas a lot of other decks, especially in Origins, had so much acceleration. Now here we go with Wages of Pain, going to be dealing 3 damage here. We're going to be fixing the card, the cards next week. And so that's going to be 3 damage on the Leona, still 6 more, or 6 might in total, so need to find a way to deal 3 more damage. And it looks like another Wages of Pain after one got defied. And so, yep, looks like 3 is going to be there. That's going to go through successfully. A gold is going to be created. That is 2 that were targeted. The Defy still doesn't get over the target, but it looks like an Arcane Shift is going to be blipping out the Ezreal, putting him back into either the battlefield or back in base. So his ability is going to be activated again. Then not only that, the Leona is going to be able to take 3 damage, but it looks like also the Discipline is going to be coming just in time. And the Leona is going to live with 2 might remaining essentially of health. That's sometimes a little bit confusing about the game too, because damage and might are hand in hand, but are completely different, whereas you still deal damage equal to your might, but your might is also your health. And so if you have 6 damage, they really just need to do 2. You will still do your 6 back. But, you know, that can be a little bit tough sometimes, especially for new players trying to come into the game. And so here we are going in as the Fiora is up now 5-4, or the Leona with a Fiora. Like I said in a previous cast, every woman in this game so far ends with an A. And I even looked up what Miss Fortune's name was, and yeah, her name is Sarah. And I'm like, oh boy, thanks for that. Oh, and we could maybe even see a Face Breaker here. 5 runes at the ready, 1 card hidden here, and the Fiora, though, is not mighty. So is there, I mean, there's 2 runes tapped. Are we maybe seeing, oh, a Bellows Breath. Looks like it's not going to be repeated, though. Or maybe it very well was. We saw 1 get recycled with 2 being tapped, I think. Yeah, sent a Mind Rune to the bottom of their rune deck. Yeah, so, oh, Ezreal covered the cost. Yeah, so he only did need to tap 1. So Bellows Breath is going to be dealing up to 1 to 3 units in the same location. And you can select the same location on the repeat. But it looks like that is going to also be defied, so no go there. But if there is going to be maybe a hard bargain, that might be the answer. Otherwise, yeah, it looks like it is going to be going through. That is a big win right there for the Leona. And so here we go. A couple more runes. 3 runes tapped with a Chaos, a Seal of Discord. That's going to be allowed to play a Fizz, which is going to replay a Wages of Pain, dealing another 3 damage to the Fiora. So again, that Fiora is going to have 3 damage counters on it so far, but it looks like 4 because of the Void, but Call to Glory will come in, also making it mighty. So now it will have the Deflect, though that won't matter when the Wages of Pain targeted here. That does not apply, to my knowledge, because the target was done before it was mighty. And so that was already a really big play there. Now, of course, the spell goes back into the deck after being played by Fizz. And I mean, that's what's making Fizz so powerful here, is that it can be replayed. And so looks like another Wages of Pain is going to be utilized here, finishing off the Fiora at this point with 6 damage in total. Maybe, or was he just... No, I think that is it, yeah. Sometimes the sequencing from players is going to be a little bit weird. Okay, maybe he was. circulating it here. But it looks like a Frigid Touch is going to be targeting the Fiora. Now it is Mighty, so the deflect cost is going to have to be played here in this case. And the Frigid Touch is so good. It can be repeated, and then it gives a unit -2. So again, that's going to be another card draw for Ezreal, as if he doesn't need any more. And the Fiora is falling into the trash. It is dead. And still, there's a Rasha being played, and an Ezreal sliding into those DMs to go into Void Gate, going now 5-5. But the Leona is still a little bit ahead. Going now up to 6 with a hidden card and 2 units in the base. 3 cards in hand, though. That is a big disparity. Still down to 25 cards. That's not anything horrible. But that's just going to be a direct pass. That's a direct pass. So 9 cards or 9 runes are going to be at the ready at this point, meaning that they have something in hand. And how are you going to deal with this board state? I mean, gosh, so many cards in hand. Is this going to be a downwell? Nope. But it is going to be a great answer. Beast below. When you play me, return another friendly unit and an enemy unit to their owner's hands. Fizz is going to be selected in this case, as well as the Leona going back to hand. That is going to be a big loss there. Especially because Fizz can now go and play Frigid Touch again, potentially, and be able to add a lot less to the Leona. This could be the tide that shifts here, giving the game over to Ezreal. There we go with the Fizz coming back into the game. Another spell is going to be able to be played from the trash. And that is going to be a Rebuke. That is going to be coming in, targeting the Fiora. So that's going to be big. And again, the biggest thing that Leona really struggles with is getting back into the game. Now, if there is anything in the face down that is able to move the unit back into base, nope, it is going to be a Zhonya's Hourglass, so that might very well seal game number 1 into Ezreal's favor. But still, that felt like a really close game there. And here we go, 11 runes, but still, I'm not sure what you're able to do to try to get back into this game, even with everything in hand. Oh, gosh. And that's the hard part. Ezreal just has such a high card draw rate. It can be a very complicated deck because of that. But it looks like we are going to be playing the Leona. They are close enough to be scoring and winning the game, but both battlefields still need to be taken here. I'm not sure if that's going to be able to be done here, even with an accelerated Leona. But still, I gotta say, I absolutely love seeing this kind of matchup. And yeah, I mean, again, going through all the options. But yeah, it looks like that is going to be the end of game number 1, as Ezreal was able to get that answer needed. I mean, how can you not get your answer needed when you have 18 cards, 16 cards, even sometimes 13 cards left in your deck? It is probably one of the best card draw decks in this game, especially just because of the Ezreal ability in and of itself. So I'm going to be curious to see how game number 2 goes. Again, Leona is going to be able to go first here. But at the same time, Ezreal is able to get so many answers. So is that going to be something that we're able to, get into this game and fight well enough to get things going? Or is Ezreal going to 2-0 here? I mean, we already saw in round 1, there was only one other team, one other group that wasn't able to go 2-0. And so everything was 2-0 except for the one. So with that, we are going to be going right back into the game as we are looking at game 2. And it's up to Leona to try to get back into this game. I'm also really excited for Rek'Sai. I think it's definitely a slept-on deck. And it's going to be really fun to play at the pre-Rift events. And so here we go. It looks like the mulligans are finishing up. And it's going to be interesting, especially with something like the paper tree. When you hold here, each player channels one rune exhausted. And then likewise, Ravenblue and Conservatory, when you defend here, reveal the top card. And if it's a spell, put it into your hand, otherwise recycle it. So immediately we're already coming down. No 2-drop play for Leona here. And Ezreal's able to come in and discard and draw 2, immediately getting rid of the beast below. So a good option there. Get rid of a dead card in my hand to be able to potentially get 2 better cards that are suited for this point in the game. That's a good question. I'm not quite sure what the deck list is here. We don't collect deck lists. And so I'm not sure what the Leona is potentially running here. But it looks like we are going to be going with a stacked deck on the Ezreal. So that is going to be 3 cards and picking 1 to add into the hand. And then going out with a Ravenbloom student, and then also an interesting play here, Orb of Regret, giving a unit -1 to a minimum of 1 till the end of the turn. So really unique kind of deck option here that we're seeing with the Leona, or with the Ezreal. Sorry about that, but yeah, with the Ezreal. I'm going to be curious to see what the Orb of Regret is going to be able to do in this kind of matchup. But so far, we haven't seen any signature spells from the Leona. But it looks like, yeah, the Leona is going to be moving immediately over into the Ravenbloom Conservatory, going up to 1 and 5 runes at the ready. So are they going to maybe sacrifice this a little bit to be able to play out a unit and build up their board state a little bit more? Or are they going to pass like what we saw they did the previous game? 2's tapped, though. And it looks like a salvage is going to be played here. That is going to immediately be taking out the Orb of Regret and allowing a card to be drawn. So able to mitigate that a little bit. But do you want to maybe be saving that for the seals? And Seal of Discord is such a powerful card here, as a card is now hidden face down for the Leona. And let's see, yeah, does Seal count for the Orb? Give a unit -1. Yeah, it says specifically, if you've chosen an enemy unit and or gear this turn with spells or unit abilities, and because it is a gear, it doesn't count. And so, yeah, good question, though. Very good question. Wages of Pain, though, is going to be activating, dealing 3 to a unit at a battlefield, but the Leona is immediately going to be able to back out, meaning no damage was placed on the Leona, but that already is going to be 1 target. And then likewise, the Ravenbloom student is going to be going into the Ravenbloom Conservatory. Rather fitting. And yeah, Ninja Daniel, how you sign up for this tournament is you join in the Discord link down below. I post the link to sign up every Sunday or Monday. And you sign up, you check in an hour before, give or take. As long as you check in within the hour before the tournament starts, you're able to play. And otherwise, yeah, you're good to go. And then, yeah, you show up, you're able to play. And I think we had 19 this week. We had 20 last week. We have a really good showing, and you guys are competing for a playmat at the end of the season for first and second place. We're going to have a final big end-of-season tournament. A lot of fun stuff. And I need to set up the Discord. Let me get that for you while we're here. So let me get that link for you. And so again, there we go with the Leona. Now that's going to be moving in, immediately stunning out the Ravenbloom student. And just like that, though, Frigid Touch is going to be coming in, but it's going to be defied just like that. So the Leona ability is going to stun the Ravenbloom student. That's also going to be giving a buff to the Leona, and then that is going to be a much-needed point. And yeah, it looks like that is going to be going the way of the Earth. And a very big conquer there, as Leona is going to be going up to 2. And so again, though, here we go, and we already have Ezreal at 8 runes, and he hasn't necessarily had as good of card draw in this game too as like what he had in game number 1, but still he's been able to do a lot as the Ezreal moves into the paper tree to be able to go up to 2. Now, keep in mind, if the paper tree is held, then he is going to be able to have each player channel a rune. But here we go with Wages of Pain, targeting the Leona here. That is going to be going through and activating a gold there, too, as 3 damage is now placed on the Leona. Still 2 more that needs to be done, but if there's a Frigid Touch, that's going to be scary. But it looks like a Fizz is going to be coming down and activating the Frigid Touch to be able to put the final -2. That would be 3 damage with 3 might, which would be enough to kill it. But in this case, it looks like Not So Fast is coming in, countering an enemy spell or ability that chooses an enemy unit or gear. So nope, Not So Fast there, and it is still going to be alive. And so that was a big exchange there. But yeah, the Frigid Touch now goes to the bottom of the deck. The Leona is in, and still it is 3-2. Kind of a little bit slower of a game here. But it's because it is just a little bit back and forth. But again, here's the scary part, because the longer you give Ezreal to get into this game, the worse it becomes for you. And so Leona, which is normally a much slower deck, the longer you play, the more advantage you're giving. That's the scary part. That's the thing that I worry about when we are in this type of situation here. And so immediately, though, going to be playing out another Leona in the battlefield here, or in the base, and leaving 1 rune at the ready with 4 cards in hand. 10 runes, though, for Ezreal as he goes up to 3 points. It is an even score right now at 3-3. And again, this is going to be game number 2 of round 2 of this tournament. But looks like he is going to be pulling back. He said, hey, sorry, is it okay if I pull that back? And the Fizz is going to be moving in. I don't think there is going to be any response, but you got to start anticipating 2 Leonas that could be very well attacking in. And so the Ezreal is going to be backing out, and the Fizz very well might be the sacrificial lamb here as another Ravenbloom student comes in. I got to say, this is a little bit different of an Ezreal deck than what I've seen, because I don't necessarily see a whole lot of Ravenbloom students here. Not saying that that's a bad thing, but it does make it a little bit more confusing for you as a competitor, because when you are memorizing deck lists and what most people generally have, it's like, well, 80-90% of the deck is going to be a carbon copy of what's necessarily in the meta more often than not. But when you start throwing in things like Ravenbloom Student, which hasn't necessarily been in a lot of competitive decks, it's like, okay, well, what else? What other jank or what other, sauce might you be adding into this deck that I need to now be prepared for? Because we just saw a pass with 5 cards in hand and 8 runes at the ready, as Leona is going in with 7 runes and 5 cards. So yeah, here's the big thing, and I understand why you would want to tank and think over of these different plays that might be happening here, because 8 runes up against Ezreal, it's like, well, what could you have, and can I handle what you might be playing here? So the first battlefield is going to be taken. That's really smart, having the Leona that is already buffed going into the other battlefield. Now 5 is going to be tapped out here. And 1 recycled. And it looks like a Blitzcrank is going to be coming down. And when you play me, to a battlefield, you may move an enemy unit here. And it also has tank, but it looks like Arcane Shift is going to be coming down in response to that action. So again, the Fizz is going to be blipped out and blipped back in. Could also even be going back into base, and 3 damage is going to be done to the Leona. So that's going to be a pretty good response. Arcane Shift is now going to be removed from the game. And then Wages of Pain, when Fizz appears back into the battlefield, is going to be potentially doing 3 more damage to Leona, and if there is not a response here, that is going to be powerful. If you can get rid of that Leona, that is a devastating blow here. And it's still been a really close game. But yeah, it looks like the Leona is falling here, as another gold token is going to be coming out with Wages of Pain. And so we'll see what ends up happening here, as another Arcane Shift is going to be coming in and pinging the other Fiora. So that's going to be another 3 damage. The Fizz is going to be blipped out and appearing right back in and able to play another spell. These are the types of interactions that can be absolutely destructive, as another Wages of Pain is coming in. That's going to be a total of 6 damage immediately on the Leona, and it too has fallen. That turn could have been that big difference maker to give Ezreal that upper hand. Now he's going to be going to 6. Blitzcrank potentially is going to be falling here too. And we'll see if Leona is going to be able to come back from this. And so again, yeah, I'm going to be a little bit worried here for the Leona. I want to see what they're particularly able to do, but I mean, what are they able to do at this point? And so currently we are 1-0 right now in round 2. Ezreal was able to take the first game against Leona, as a stack deck is coming into play that is going to allow to look at the top 3 and add 1 into hand. And so again, getting some more options here. Annie also coming out. Again, a lot of interesting sauce here in this deck. And then a Stupefy also coming down. That's going to be minusing 1 to the Blitzcrank, going down now. And that's going to be making the Ravenbloom student go up to 4 if there's one more thing. And there is the Orb of Regret, again going to be able to now get the Blitzcrank down to 3, which means the Ravenbloom student could potentially be taking this. Now, if there is potentially a Discipline, that might be a little bit difficult to go around. But there might be a hard bargain in hand for the Ezreal, as a Thwonk is coming in. This will be stunning an attacking enemy unit. And so that's at least a decent step in the right direction, but now the Leona is going to be taken out. The Blitzcrank is going up to 4 because of the Leona Legend ability to buff after a stun. And with 4 cards in hand, what else could Ezreal potentially do here? The scary part is, though, Blitzcrank also has, when I hold, return me to my owner's hand. And again, like I said, that could be something to really slow down Leona here, is trying to get back into the game. And so here we go. The Blitzcrank is going to be going out. Another Orb of Regret is going to be coming in as the Ezreal moves over. going up to 6. This is on a clock here. We got to see what Leona might be able to do here to get this response. I don't know if there's anything that they're necessarily going to be able to do to get into this game. It just might be too little too late. And here we go, immediately being able to at least play out the accelerated Fiora, or Leona, sorry. And then it is able to attack in here. We'll see if there's any response. Passing of priority Ezreal. There still could be a reaction in hand. But looks like the Ezreal is going to be falling in this case, going up to 5 for the Leona. And yes, this tournament is every single Tuesday. Every Tuesday at 6 Eastern. So whether you want to watch some Spiritforged or you would like to play in it, feel free to. It's a free tournament for anyone who wants to sign up. I just ask you to be somewhat familiar with TCG Arena, where this tournament is played on. And so here we go, immediately then being able to play out. Oh my gosh, again with the Beast below. That will be returning that card to hand and getting the Fizz back to base. That is going to be the game right there, as Annie takes for the 8th point, and Ezreal is able to win 2-0 versus the Leona. And again, I mean, we got the Leona, Defy, Blitzcrank, Sona, Salvage, and Fiora in hand. And so, really interesting deck list. I got to say, big fan of what both competitors were able to have there. That's the hard part, though. I mean, Leona had a really good game 1, but the Ezreal was able to just get so far ahead here. And it's like, well, I mean, what can you really do about that? That's going to be the hardest thing here. And so, yeah, a really good game there. A great response from both competitors, but unfortunately, it was too little too late. So, great to see this round 2 be able to come to fruition like that. And a great play all in all from everyone there. So we are going to be looking again for another game. Let's see what is here so far. It looks like we've even had a couple of games already finish here, as Gameslayer Beg 4 took down Gameslayer 2-0 there. And otherwise, we've seen Inferno take out Eagle's Eye 2-0. And now we have a couple of other games that we might be able to see. So we're going to be taking a quick break here and be able to go into another game for you guys. So stay tuned, and we will be right back. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, there is actually a prize at the end of the season. So we're going to be doing this for 8 weeks. We're currently 3 weeks in. And then at the end of the season, we're going to be having a final tournament that is taking place on a Saturday or Sunday, depending on what more people are able to attend. And then your first and second place are going to be getting a play mat. So something to keep in mind there. Pretty fun. Likewise, we are still looking for another match. I think we will go into J-Chan there and see what we are able to find. But yeah, and it's a free league, and the prize support comes from me. I pay for it, of course, out of my own pocket, and just want to be able to bring you guys a fun way to be able to compete without the stress, you know, because sometimes it can be a little bit intimidating here to be able to do so. So likewise, though, let's see. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Looks like we do have a game, though. And it is going to be a Fiora versus Draven. So a tale as old as time, at least at this point. Let me get it right over. I'd rather actually have you guys be able to see it here as I fix it instead of missing the game. So be patient here, but we'll get there going pretty soon. Draven. And so right now, though, I don't know what game we're necessarily in, but J-Chan has had a very good showing in a lot of these tournaments. Again, he was able to win a Runes and Rift tournament with the Draven deck, but I mean, at the same time, it's going to be interesting because Fiora is a formidable foe here to be able to do so. And let me see. It is, oh gosh, where is it? Living in 2012. Okay. So here we are back again with Living in 2012 versus J-Chan. And again, you're seeing, though, the Draven setting up a very scary board state. It's like, how are you going to be able to get around that? There's 3 cards in hand for the Draven. Now, Salvage is going to maybe be a step in the right direction, trying to get some card draw here. But again, we might be calling it good here in this case. And so another salvage to draw another card, and that is going to be a showing of the hand of a baited hook and a harness dragon. So too little to be able to try to take both battlefields. That is a scary battlefield, especially with 5 cards in hand. Or 5 runes in the ready and 3 cards in hand. That is scary for anyone to try to go against. And the answers by J-Chan were in hand at that point. And so that very well might have been game number 2 or 3 at this point. We'll see if they're going to be starting another game. But it looks like, actually, yeah, J-Chan, that was game number 3, as Living in 2012 was still able to take a game there. And we are waiting for Nat14 versus Al808. Let me actually see if they got that going. Yeah, it looks like they do. So I'm sorry. That's really funny. Dang it. I really wanted to kind of see that match. That would have been a really good one. But all the same, guys, we are going to be going right back into it as we get in. And we only have one more. I mean, these games have been really fast. Gotta say, really love to see that. Makes our nights a lot easier instead of everyone going to time. Oh, lobby's full. Son of a... All right, guys. Well, looks like that is going to be it for the rest of the round. They set their lobby limit, instead of being at 4 players, down to now 2. So their lobby is full, unfortunately. I do apologize for that. But we will be keeping an eye on the game to see what might be done here. None of them are streaming, of course, unfortunately. Dropping Silent Night DMV Van. Okay, so I will get that dropped. Participants. That means luckily we aren't going to have any more people. So we'll get DMV out. And so, yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. This is actually in the 3 weeks. This is the first Draven that I've seen in this tournament. So to see it also then go against, let's actually take a look at the standings at this point. And I mean, yeah, we are going to be watching Beg 4 in the next round. Jay Chan has gone 2-0. Living in 2012 is now 1-1, but still has had some very strong showings. Again, this is only going to be 4 rounds tonight. That's something to keep in mind. But definitely one to watch is going to definitely be Beg 4 and Jay Chan. It's going to be interesting. And there is even a small chance that both of them get paired up together. So could be a lot of fun here as we wait for Nat and Al808 to be able to finish their game. But yeah, guys, and we are getting ever closer to finishing, or to reaching Spiritforged. I mean, we start the pre-Rift events on February 6th, so next Friday. I don't know what your guys' locals are normally like or how many game stores you necessarily have. Utah is really lucky that in Utah Valley, thank you for the follow there, Death Streaks. But Utah Valley, we're definitely very lucky here to be able to have a lot of game stores. And so there's a lot of opportunities here to be able to get things going. And I'm starting Reno. Oh, nice. Gonna miss a few. Yeah, get that. But that's going to be really fun. And I think it is a great way to get people into the game. A great place for people to be able to learn. And I'm worried, though, about Spiritforged. By the way, guys, just so you know, when we are waiting for after the games, instead of you guys just listening to music on repeat, I do instead just talk to you. So feel free to comment anywhere that you would like. And we will just wait and talk. That way you guys don't have to stare at a screen. So kind of like a live YouTube video at this point with some interaction. But yeah, that's going to be a big deal, I think. And I'm worried because I know that we definitely have more product than what was previously anticipated with like what Origins had. That's great. But I still feel like we are going to have a lot of product initially. If you're able to get to a store, depending on, of course, how big your store is or how many stores you have in your area, you know, of course, then you might be able to get some product fairly easily. But after maybe a month or a couple of weeks, product will run out and they're going to have to maybe try to get another wave. Odds are they are already starting to print another wave of Origins and Spiritforged, while also printing more of set 3, which is going to be coming out in 3.5 months, essentially. So it's going to be interesting. But also, the sucky part about that, too, is pretty much a month into Spiritforge, they're going to start releasing again the previews for set 3. And so I'm sorry I couldn't be. No, man, dude, that is a hard matchup. Well, and also, like what I was saying in your previous match when we watched, is that I've been trying to play the Aurelia Hook, or not Aurelia Hook. Holy crap, no. The Fiora Hook. And the Fiora Hook is such a complicated deck to pilot. Also, Draven has such an advantage to going first. That it can be a very difficult uphill battle going second, even with a really formidable deck, which is Fiora Hook. And so, yeah, man, I mean, I'm very tempted. I'm thinking I'm either taking Ezreal or to Vegas or Fiora Hook. Depends on what I pull in my boxes. I know my friend was able to secure 8 boxes in pre-order. I think I'm going to be able to get 4. I have 2 guaranteed boxes. Money's just tight. Otherwise, I would have been able to get a case. Because the game store that I have a connection to, yeah, I would have been able to order that, no problem there. But money, I want the wife to still want to not kick me off to the couch when she sees how much money I've spent on this game. Oh, man. So, people just didn't want to play Origins. Yeah. I got 1 guaranteed box from my local game store and 4 pre-releases. Yeah, I'm going to be going to, I'm definitely going to a pre-release on Friday, 2 on Saturday, the 7th of February. Next Friday, or the following Friday, the 13th. Oh, gosh. That realization there. I can't even find a single box. No, Dewey. Here, message me. If I'm able to, message me. I don't want to say it out loud on stream, but if I'm like able, what I'll say it anyway, whatever. If I'm able to find you a box, let me know. I know you, man. You know, so if I'm able to find a box for you, I can just ship it out to you. But yeah, so because Utah definitely is a little bit better in. I mean, we have, gosh, how many game stores do we have? I think we have probably 10 to 12 game stores within a 30-mile radius that are all very popular. I mean, even when Origins first came out, we didn't have under 20 at our Nexus nights at multiple I was going to multiple game stores, and we didn't have any Nexus nights that were under 20 players until the very end when starting like a week ago. And so it's already pretty crazy to be able to see that. So we'll see. And a lot of people, a lot of game stores that I've seen too have done, they're loyal to the base that is showing up. And so my local game store on February 1st, they're sending out a specialized email, and you're able to order as many packs as times that you've shown up. But I think it's like 3 to 5 packs for each time that you've shown up. And so that way you're able to necessarily get guaranteed a box there. So I'm gonna be curious there if we're able to potentially secure another box. I still have store credit in that store too. So, and luckily a lot of stores around us are selling it at MSRP between $120 and $130. And so we'll see. My local game store is basically doing the same. Yeah. And I think that's going to be the case of a lot of game stores. I know one game store down south, about 20 minutes from me, they're doing first come, first serve on opening day. So it's like, and I think they are limiting 1 box per person. That's one thing that my friend, my other friend also did, was he went up and down Utah, essentially, and went to a game store, bought a box, went to a game store, bought a box, game store, and got a case that way. So, local game store near me only selling their boxes to the pre-release players and at MSRP if they rip the seal. Okay, that's not bad. No, good to see you too, Crashy. Good to have you here. And so for those of you guys who don't know, yeah, we're just basically having a conversation here because we are waiting for one more match to finish, and they made their room for 2 people, so we can't watch it. So anyway, yeah. I'm really excited for Spiritforged, though. I'm just hoping the price isn't going to be super crazy. I really think the only insanity is going to be Ezreal. Because Ezreal runs 2 Ezreal usually. And the deck, I've played a lot of Ezreal, and I think I prefer 2 Ezreal in the deck. Okay? And Ezreal is going to be the new Kai'Sa or Deadbloom. It's going to be around $80 to $100 just because of the demand. It also goes hand in hand with Called Shot way too well. Seal, you're probably also going to be seeing the Seal of Discord, which is the purple one, the Chaos one, that is going to be going up probably to $50 to $60 for a Seal. Probably. We'll see. I really hope not, but it's possible. I have 2 right now. I have 2. And also at my locals, I play a different deck every week. And so it's going to be a lot of fun. But yeah, I'm going to a lot of events because if I go to more pre-release events, that's also going to be a great way for me to get a box. If I go to, I think I'm going to be able to go to 4 pre-releases for sure. 5 if I'm able to convince my wife to move our Valentine's to a different day instead of being on Saturday. And I think I could swing it because I'm going to be like, there's all with Valentine's being on a weekend, the restaurants are already going to be extremely full. I think we should just do Valentine's Day on a Wednesday. Think about what that's gonna, And I'm sleeping on the couch. Anyway. Nah, she's a great woman. Really understanding, and I love what how supportive she is for me and this channel too, guys. Seriously, would not be able to do it without her. Makes all the difference. But anyway, so we're still waiting a little bit. I think we have sleeping on the couch with an extra pre-release kit. Worth it? Worth it. I think so. I think also one thing that we might add here, I think we might as well. I think we'll add the chat box just so everyone can see the chat here. And then if I just move it behind me, that's perfectly fine. So that way you guys can still see some chat. Because we are streaming on Twitch and on YouTube. So for those of you who don't know, I do make regular YouTube content. I do make daily content. So Aurelia's signature spell is going to be very expensive. I think so far she is the second most popular card, or second most popular deck in the meta. And you have to run 3. You have to run 3, period. And so that's going to be the big thing. And so you cannot run less than 3 Aurelias. So we'll see. I mean, the problem is I need to find an Aurelia that fits my playstyle too. I want to play Aurelia, but it doesn't necessarily feel great. Sadly, I will be dropping. No, Beg! Ah. Okay. So Beg 4 is dropping. I am so sorry to be able to say that, but Beg 4 is officially dropped. I am sorry about that. Dang it, Beg. How could you? So anyway, but yeah, that's really sad. Let me go ahead and take a look at where we are at. So yeah, it looks like we have another 5 minutes before the round is over, and then I will tag and say time is up if they have not yet reported. So yeah, no Ez needed. And it's like, and you don't necessarily need it because you already have a lot of card draw as it is. And the scariest part is Aurelia is the biggest power-hungry deck there is, period. That's hard, you know? And that's going to be something to keep in mind too, because it's like you're going to be running seals. Now, of course, you can get away with running the green seals, which is a lot cheaper of a cost, which is awesome. But Aurelia is such a power-hungry deck. I keep telling people on my videos, it is the most power-hungry deck, period. And if you run out of runes, you're done. And so, again, that's what's making it so difficult to try to figure out how to run the balance there of what Aurelia, and I don't think the balance has been found yet. Hey, do you guys know if in a best of 3 you're supposed to set up the battlefield before deciding who goes first? Yes, you are supposed to set up the battlefields. All the knowledge is supposed to be had. Then you pick who goes first, and then after that, you draw your hand and do your mulligan. And so if someone says, hey, you don't pick your battlefield, no, they lying. That's something that sometimes people, I hate that they do this, but there was a guy at our locals in our Origins release event that was trying to tell people that. And I'm like, dude, no, that's not the case. He's like, yeah, it is. I saw this and this. And I'm like, dude, that's not, I didn't call him a liar by any means, but I was like, dude, that's not how it's done. And some people try to get little advantages there. It's easy. I mean, that's the sad part. It's easy to do. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Good to have you here. Welcome. So, yeah, just so you guys also know, we do this tournament every every Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern. If you guys do want to be a part of it, you are more than welcome to join. The Discord down below is the Discord where it's hosted every single time. It's free for you guys. Just feel free to join when you want, and you can play 2 rounds. You can play 1 round and then just drop. Just be sure to let me know, please. And then afterwards, you know, I try to have this be a little bit more conversational instead of, you know, especially because it's only for 4 hours, essentially. I can put up with that. At my Nexus Nights, people do consistently do the dices, then choose Battlefield. Yeah, you can definitely roll. Usually what I do is I roll to see who goes first, reveal the battlefield, or reveal the legends and battlefields, and then choose who goes first, and then mulligan, if that makes sense. That's usually how I do it. And so let's see, we are almost there. So let's go at Al808 and at Roren. And then we'll do that as a copy and paste. And then we'll wait for the final 4 minutes until the timer is donezo. So anyway, but yeah, waving. Hey, is there a leaderboard for the points anywhere? Yes, I'm gonna be posting that tomorrow. I have it built. I was trying to find the hard part was I was trying to find a website that organized it well. And unfortunately, there's no website that necessarily does it. So I made the Excel spreadsheet. I just need to get week 2 and week 3 entered, or today entered. And then I'll be posting the leaderboard down in the Discord below so you guys get to see where you're at. And I will be announcing also, because I've said, I don't think I've officially said, I've said on stream at least that this is going to be an 8-week tournament with then a Saturday or Sunday tournament. I say Saturday or Sunday because if Runes and Rift is doing a tournament, then I don't want to have people double book for that. So we might do Sunday at that point. So, yeah. So, and that'll be with the overall week-to-week points on that leaderboard. So again, all of that will be available to you guys tomorrow. So I hate how they either have one that looks like it was literally coded with HTML in the 90s, or one that is behind a paywall and still isn't able to necessarily perform the needs that you have as a that you need in a league. And this is kind of a bit more of a unique league in that sense, but not even something like Challenge or the one that they use over on the Runes and Rift tournament. They don't even necessarily have the leaderboard that I need either. Yeah, you need to show Legend and Battlefield, or Legend Champ first, and then you choose your Battlefield. Yep, exactly. And don't have them tell you otherwise. So again, we're almost done there. We're still waiting for Nat. I think we have 2 more minutes, and then they are going to go to turns. And so, yeah. No, I'm really excited. I'm really excited. So I'm a little bit worried because I feel sorry for the people who have the Italy regionals that's coming up, because you literally have a week to be able to get all the cards that you need to be able to play. And that's a lot. You know, I want to play, but I don't want to spoil myself. Oh, I get it, legitimate. So I get it. Also, good to see you again. Just gotta say, good to see you, man. So, yeah, no, Spiritforged is good. And again, with the problems that Riftbound has had since the beginning with product and all of that, all TCGs have had that issue. The problem is Origins had such a bigger issue because of how popular this game was. I mean, it became one of the most popular TCGs overnight. And while they did have a decent amount of product, a lot of people who found out about the game 2 or 3 weeks in were just screwed, because they had no ways to get a deck. They had no ways to get packs unless they paid out the butt. And then and they were just stalled out until prices came down, and prices didn't come down for 2.5 months. you know, and so that really sucks. But now things are starting to come down, and I think as long as they're able to continue to keep product at a regular basis, we should be okay. Again, though, usually with TCGs, it takes until around set 3 or 4, more often than not set 4, for them to be able to meet the demand there. So we'll see. Also, China tournaments have such high production value. They really do. And I think they do take it a step above there, especially just the animations. And I love the stage, the champion stage. I mean, it would be really cool if they had the main stage there, in the sense of that's where the casters are, and then they have a backdrop of like the rift behind them or something like that when it's not necessarily being used, but it is a really cool stage on top of that. And so we'll see. Again, guys, we are still waiting. I am going to now be telling them it's time for turns. They have officially been tagged. And so... How's it going? Time for rounds. So it'll start turn 0 and then go to 3, win by 2. Okay. All right, guys. There we go. So now they know. So glad I hopped in because they saw the tag. But I don't know if they necessarily check the tag, so sometimes I do pop right in. Anyway, guys, so hopefully they're going to be done soon. We'll see how that ends up going. But also good to see you, Waller. Yeah, prices might be even higher due to the regionals being that close. The nice part is, though, after the regional, especially after when we had the first regionals in Houston, we did see a decline in price. So we'll see. One thing that's really interesting, though, is like Deadbloom Predator and Master Yi as a whole has fallen. What was, you know, arguably one of the top 3 decks is now going into like B tier just because of what's out there in the meta, which is really interesting to consider here. And so also waiting for Toronto regionals. Us Canadians need to get something. Yeah, well, and that's the thing. It's like, I feel like, well, and that's the hard part too. China, they're spoiled. They get 4 regionals. I mean, they're going to have one this weekend and the next weekend for a total of 4. And now I believe that's going to be it. And they only have 512 players that are able to get in, and it's a lottery system, which kind of sucks. And I think they are hosted. Yeah, I think you're correct about that, Big Deck. I think you're right. And that makes a big difference, too. And so I think it might be Riot specifically doing... And I know Riot helps with some stuff over in China. But a lot of the production and even maybe some of the stage value is put on here. China gets 4, but 512 player cap is so little. I mean, and yeah, we're going up, I think, to about 13 to 1400 for Vegas. I know they said that they added 150 more people into the tournament. Luckily, the next day, I was able to upgrade to my competitor pass, so that helped. And then I know that they said that those who were in the top 64 and weren't able to get their pass, that they're also going to give them a chance to buy in. I haven't been able to follow up with anyone. I might need to message Gale Wins to see if, because I don't think he got his competitor pass, if I recall correctly. Need them to change the regional ticket system. I don't want the buy. I want to buy the ticket. Yeah. And that would be interesting too, where if you got your round 1 buy at winning a skirmish, if that meant you got priority and buying a ticket. And I'm sure they're going to play around with a couple of things like that. But again, it's like, also, do you just run, you know, kind of 2 separate events at that point? You know, that is so much work though. 'Cause it's like, if you go to 2,000 players, that's like 7, 8, 9 rounds day 1. And then that's like 3 rounds going up to round 12 the next day. 12 rounds potentially the next day, and then doing top cut. That's a lot. That's a lot. And so, yeah. Oh, no. J-Chan, seriously? Dang, man, you would tear it up in the regionals. Dang. All right, well, just send me your deck list. I'll play it for you. I'll be there in proxy for you. I'll get my meta glasses and live stream it to you with an earpiece, and you can tell me how you would play it out. Oh, I'd get in big trouble for that, but still. Yeah, guys, we should be finishing up here and then going into round number 3. Oh, they just actually submitted. Here we go, guys. So we're going to be going into round number 3. Let me get that posted. Round 3 is paired. Clock will start at 5 minutes, and round 3 will end at 20 after the hour. 25 after the hour. Okay. Whoops. There we go. So yeah, guys, here we go. We are going to be seeing what is going to be paired up. Let's actually get the tournament brackets shown. Likewise, we have J-Chan versus Inferno Man, so really good match. That's going to be the top 2 there. Some Draven action going on. Not only that, we also have Vit versus Nat14. That might be one that we actually end up watching. But I do really want to watch J-Chan versus Inferno Man. That could be a really good matchup too. Let me know in the chat, guys. What would you like to see as a match? J-Chan or Nat? Let me know within the next minute. Now, next also, I really want to see with this leaderboard going in. Don't care. Yeah, that's very legitimate. Inferno and Vit is going to be at the top with J-Chan. We did unfortunately have a drop of another top player. I know it's Draven in one. J-Chan's running Draven, and that's about all I know, unfortunately. I'm going to start requiring that they tell me at least what champion they're running so that we'll know what ones to actually start picking and watching. So, yeah, that's the hard part. Okay. So I think in that case, we'll go Nat and Vi. So let's see. Okay, and then here we go. So let's get over into here. We're going to be joining the game, and then we'll see what is to be had. So after this, of course, this is going to be round number 3. Then we're going to be going into round 4. So a lot to be seen here. So it's going to be fun. I think this is going to be a good match. It looks like it's going to be Ornn by Vit versus something else. So we'll see. Let me get this going. Gosh, it's going to be so hard to get everything set up versus Draven. Ornn versus Draven. So really fun to be able to see what that has in store for us. And then, of course, they are going to be in the process of getting things going. And so and then likewise, on the flip side, we are going to be seeing Nat 14. So, yeah, it looks like that's going to be the deck. So here we go, guys. We are going to be going in as this game is starting. So likewise, looks like Draven won the die roll, but didn't have a turn 1 play and is going to be playing the Draven out and immediately passing. One of the biggest things that Ornn can struggle with is that he doesn't necessarily have a whole lot of ways to get going here, but also we're seeing an Ezreal dashing coming in. When I attack or defend, deal damage equal to my might to an enemy unit here. Now, keep in mind, both these competitors are undefeated after 2 rounds, and so this is going to be a test to be able to see who might be able to get ahead here. And so here we go with a Kai'Sa coming in, though it is not going to be accelerated. Draven going up to 1 into Reaver's Row. Ornn's playmat looks absolutely great too. Gotta love the Poros there. One thing I really want to see though too is a Poro deck. What's the owner, or what's the guy? Braun. Braun has a lot of the Poros that he's got going on, and it would be really cool if the Braun Legend ability says that, oh, there's a fight or flight there, so that is going to be immediately pushing the Ezreal back. And yeah, it's going to be fun to see if the Braun is able to then play any Poro of any color kind of thing. Because a lot of them don't have power costs. And if there was maybe like a buff that each Poro was able to get with the Braun Legend ability, that'd be really cool. Anyway, already though, we have up to 8 runes at this case. As the Kai'Sa goes into the Reaver's Row, that's going to be a card draw there as it goes up 2-0 here. Now, of course, Ornn is already out onto the battlefield here, and that was going to be digging a little deeper, but already at a 3-0 deficit, Ornn is going to need some kind of answer here to be able to get back into this game. And that's going to be the hard part here. Sometimes Ornn just has a little bit too slow of a start. And especially against Draven, which can be such a fast deck. Oh my gosh. And then coming in with the Ferris Forerunner. When it dies, you get to play 2 3-Might Mech unit tokens to your base. And then a Tide Turner to be able to switch with the Draven to protect it a little bit. So it's able to fight another day. And again, no cards hidden. So what you see is what you get. Completely tapped out Draven. And also, again, we're seeing a little bit of sauce here going in with the Ornn player. Yeah, the charm right there was a bit interesting of a choice. It can move it away and at least stop a combat here. But the Ezreal now is going to be able to move in. He's going to deal damage to his might first. So he's basically kind of like a smaller Yasuo, which is able to deal damage. But he does not deal combat damage. And then immediately we have Forge Fire Cape, which is the signature spell. One of 3 signature spells for the Ornn. And when I attack or defend, deal 2 damage to all enemy units here. So not only is that going to be putting him up in might, but then on top of that, he's going to be able to do more might. And another charm is going to be coming in, dragging the Draven to his demise. As the Ezreal is going to be able to deal damage here. But there is a card, going to be going up to 6. But the Ezreal is going to be dealing damage first. When I attack or defend, deal damage equal to my might to an enemy unit here. So that's still going to be 6 damage. That is dealt, and that'll be enough to kill the Draven, and the showdown will never start at that point. And so already, I mean, maybe that was a little bit of a misplay, not realizing what the Ezreal... I mean, it is kind of a confusing card sometimes to figure out how it actually interacts properly, especially its second ability, having the ability to recycle a rune at an action speed to move me to your base. And then, of course, this Ornn is going to be coming in. The Kai'Sa is going to be backing out. And the Ornn is just going to die. So, really interesting there in that case. But the Ezreal is going to be able to hold this battlefield until somehow they're either able to rebuke it, which there might be a couple of responses to be had there. But otherwise, it might be a little bit difficult. So Ezreal is the defender, so the Draven trigger never resolves. No, it does, I think. Because when I attack or defend, deal damage. Oh, yeah, so it might not even ever resolve at that point. Because if I recall right, I think the attack triggers first, then the defend triggers second. Let me know if I'm wrong about that. I might be. I still don't know why the Ornn just kamikazed into Reaver's Row at that point. That was interesting. And so here we go with the switcheroo, though. That's going to be reacted to the... or no, not necessarily. It can't be at the reaction. That's at a misplay in that case. It's at action speed. The Ezreal the Ezreal will activate first. And it can't be reacted to because the switcheroo is not at action speed. It is at reaction speed. So that's a dead card at that point and a misplay again. That Ezreal is putting in work because after the fact, then the showdown starts, and that's when you can play an action or reaction. But when the Ezreal ability activates, the only thing that you can play at that point is a reaction. And so again, already a couple of plays, but I mean, you're still seeing the Draven being at 4-1. This is intense. I'm really liking this gameplay though, but I'm still a little bit like I'm wondering about these lines of plays here. But Blue Ezreal is putting in the work. Seriously. Gosh, I am glad I picked this game. And that's going to be a pass as we go up to 9 runes for the Ornn. Not so many cards in hand. And here's the thing, Vit is a very competitive player. He's had great showings every week that he's been able to play this. And so he's able to tap and move the Ezreal back with the ability and attack into this. Reaver's Row is going to cause him to back out. And now the Ezreal is going to be going up to 3. Oh, but here's the thing. Now, which way is this going to activate? That's something to consider because Reaver's Row says, when I defend here, you may move a friendly unit from here to base. So we have a judge request, it looks like. Oh, thanks for hosting. I got the bye this round. I will drop before round 4. Okay, awesome. And so, yeah, already, though, that is going to be a big exchange there, too, as well. And here comes a tasty Faefolk. I'm kind of loving this deck idea. This is hilarious. If you would have told me that this kind of Ornn deck would be played tonight, I'd be calling you crazy at this point. And that's the thing. Reavers resolves first in this case. Yes. It's a close call, but yeah, Reavers resolves first. So it looks like already a cleave is going to be coming in, making that Forerunner go up to 9 against the Tasty Faefolk, and that is going to fall, but still, that's going to be 2 channeled runes and a drawn card as we go up to 5 for the Draven. And here's the thing, too. I think, and a Falling Star coming in to be able to potentially deal 6 damage. That's going to be a lot, so only 2 more needs to be had there in that case. Or no, it's going to be dead. Uh-oh. And that's going to be now 6-3 with nothing else on the battlefield. So as fun as this game might have been for the Ornn. Yikes. And then still being able to hunker down with 4 runes. I'm wondering, yeah, if there would... The stack is attacker, defender. Yeah. Then, so defender could move to base. Yep, true. Okay. Yeah, dang, that is a big difference there. Yikes, that Falling Star just put in a lot of work. Now here we go with the Tide Turner being played to base. You could switch it with the Forerunner in this case if you so choose. And looks like is going to be actually hard casting in this case, not hiding, which is interesting because it's for the same cost. But you picked 3 runes at that point instead of hiding the card. Because you still can react there too, so... But yeah, looks like going to be hard casting and equipping the Edge of Night, which adds +2. So here we go with the Tasty Faefolk. That is going to be auto-equipping the ability here, making it go up to 8. Or up to 9 in this case. Yep, and then going to immediately be going in. That's going to deal 2 damage to all the units here. In this case, killing the Forerunner. Now that's going to be 2 mechs that are going to be coming down, which are going to be able to be readied at this next turn. And again, getting 12 might for 6 and a power. Even though, yes, it's not all at once, it is still a very powerful ability to utilize. So much utility there from a single card. And so here we go. A little bit difficult of a choice here again. Oh, but the Ezreal is back, and this time he means business. Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, that's going to be the big thing. How can you stand against a Draven that is at 7 points? And it's like, yeah, that's going to be a difficult situation here. And the Darius coming in on top of that with a Noxus Hopeful. So immediately that's going to be 7 coming in. Then 10, then 13, then everything. So 14. And then on top of that, before passing priority, it looks like the final 2 was tapped. Okay, but looks like the 2 damage is going to be placed then on the Tide Turner from the Forge Fire. And this is going to be a big place to hold here at this point. And right now, Ornn needs to hold, but he's tapped out. And so we'll see how the math is, but it looks like it is going to be a complete trade at that point. But still, that could very much benefit the Draven player here more than anything, and preparing for that big final push on the following turn. But still, only 1 card in hand for Draven. So we've done it. I mean, the Ornn has done a really good job at getting things going. But here comes the Rat Race. Coming in with Pit Crew, anytime you play a gear, ready me. So could be potentially getting a lot of answers here as another card is coming in and tapping 1 to be able to play Clockwork Keeper. But again, you have a scary wall that Draven's going to be able to play here. But also, I got to say, having the Pit Crew come in pretty early can race against the Draven so incredibly fast. Now, people are also calling it like Rat Ornn or Rat Zeal, or, you know, depending on where it's at. I kind of just like calling it Rat Race, personally. Because it's just outrageous. And, I mean, you're seeing a second one come in at this point. And both battlefields are now held. It depends on what the Draven draws here, but I mean, if he's unable to take both, there's 3 cards, or 2 cards in hand, 3 runes, and that is scary enough for Ornn to be able to hold a battlefield. Not only that, the equipment is going to be able to deal 2 damage and be at 3. So the Draven is going to have to be extremely careful with the sequencing here. So he is going to be attaching the Edge of Night first, going up to 6. Reaver's Row is going to be pulling back. And then the Kaisa is going to be coming in, and he's saying, all right, I'm going to be holding here for the final point. And that right there might be a mistake. It might be, because yes, even with the overzealous fan, which gives you... Oh, and hiding a card. Ooh. That's scary. Right? I saw him recycle a rune. I'm not sure he's hidden a card yet. Yep, there he is. And so you're seeing potentially a fight or flight that you have to get through, and a overzealous fan. But you also have to send in your units that are able to get over that might. And so again, it's 7-7. And Pit Crew is able to move back if you're able to play any more gear. Oh, it looks like that's going to be it. The Ornn not able to get the answers needed to be able to secure that point. So, I mean, sometimes that is just how it happens. But Time Warp could have been a big contender there, and probably is one that he runs in this deck. And so I'm going to be curious to see how this game 2 goes. But again, I I really love that Ornn deck list. It is something that is really able to throw your opponent off. I haven't seen a deck list like this. And so I got to say, I really love what's seen here. I would have never guessed this kind of Ornn, and got to say, I really love what it was able to do. So right now we are in round 3. Just so you know, guys, the Draven was able to take game 1 against Ornn, though it was pretty close, 7-8. And we'll see how game number 2 goes as we are getting into round 3. Can't win off of a capture to 8 unless you capture all battlefields. Yep. And as long as you hold one and then capture the other, that also does count as conquering both battlefields, or if you hold for the entire turn. So that's going to be the tough part. And so the Draven went for the hold the entire turn and said, okay, well, if you have it, you have it. But also having a fight or flight and a overzealous fan, that is so difficult to try to play around. And so again, though, the Draven not having necessarily or nope, okay, it looks like the Ornn is going first. In that case, they were passing over, so 3 runes at the ready. And here we go again with the pit crew able to score on turn number 1. Because anytime you play a gear, ready me. Get me in this game. Oh man, I love pit crew. Yeah, good point, Shadow. Really good point. And so, yeah, there we go. We're able to gank over immediately, and it is 3-0 on turn 2. I absolutely love what this Ornn deck is able to do. Then immediately it's able to, you play another gear, it moves right back to base, and the rat is able to live to fight another day. Now, immediately, Clockwork Keeper is going to be recycling a rune to be able to draw a card, and that's going to be a great answer. Heart of Ice is also going to be giving a unit +3 this turn, so you do have to be a little bit careful on how you play around the Draven's answers to the combats. And so if he has an overzealous fan, how are you able to get around that? If he has a fight or flight, same thing. And that can be a very difficult situation sometimes to try to play through. But here we go with a Tide Turner coming in. Is he going to be switching the Draven? It looks like not in this case. And so again, here we go with the Clockwork Keeper going to be moving in, going up to 4. Yeah, and so that is going to be Green Ornn that is chosen as the champion. So when you play me, or when I hold, look at the top 4 cards of your main deck. You may reveal a gear from among them and draw it. And then, of course, there we go with the other signature spell coming in. Rabadon's Death Crown. Another Ornn signature right there now being attached. Then Heart of Ice is going to be adding an additional 3 on top of that. So that's going to be going up to so much might as the Rat Race immediately goes in. Your spells and abilities deal 3 bonus damage while this is attached. So already that's going to be a great answer as we go up 9-4. We got to be worried about maybe a Rebuke in hand, but we have maybe Not So Fast that you got to be playing around. And if there's a Not So Fast in hand, this is going to be a very difficult game for the Ornn to be able to go against. Gosh, I love this game. And so, yeah, it looks like the Draven is going to fall as we go up to 5. Now, that is very telling on what is in hand, potentially. Now, it also might even say that he doesn't necessarily have something like, or doesn't want to use Draven's signature spell here because it's a lost cause. But still, you could go up to 6 and then 7, 8, 9. But it looks like a Guardian Angel is going to be played and then allowing Rat Race to go immediately back to the battlefield, ready to back up, though it isn't attached. Maybe a little bit of a risk there to try to hold because, we've seen a Falling Star be able to decimate the board state last time, but we'll see. But right now, you're able to see why this pit crew is able to be so powerful in this deck, and it is giving Draven a run for his money. Gosh, I mean, yeah, again, I would not have seen this deck coming. So cool to be able to see. And so again, you got maybe a little bit of a tough predicament here. Still 5 cards in hand for Draven. Hasn't been able to draw a lot. I mean, again, done a really good job at avoiding combat, but still is tapped out. And so currently, no, I do not have a list. I don't ask for deck lists in this case. Especially because, I mean, people are already going to be casted, but I do want them to kind of be able to play test what they want. But I do, I'm going to be starting to ask for legends that they're playing. So, but yeah, I haven't been asking for deck lists just yet. And so here we go with the Tide Turner moving in. That is going to be going up to 2. You do have to figure out how to get over. Now, of course, that is going to be an even trade so far with this Poro into the Clockwork Keeper. But, I mean, there's already going to be a lot of spells in hand that could be helping. So here goes a Darius that is able to come in and then is going to potentially be playing maybe like a Noxus Hopeful or a signature spell to get Darius readied up. Oh, but that's going to be a pass. So immediately going to be able to go up to 6 with 7 runes at the ready. So immediately now the rat is going to be able to go up to 9 with the help of the Heart of Dark Ice. And then is going to be able to go up to 7, taking down the Tide Turner. And going to be playing out the Ezreal. And equipping the Guardian over to that. So that's going to be now at 10 until the end of the turn. But yeah, if you would have told me right now that there was going to be an Ornn list that ended up going, 7-2 by turn 5 against a Draven, I'd be blown away right now. But, and here's the discrepancy too. Draven can sometimes also really struggle when going second. If he's able to get going first and set up his board state. I mean, if he does like an Overzealous and then a Draven in the battlefield, that's one of the best starts that he can get. But when you're going second and you need to try to catch up to your opponent, it can be a little bit of a different story here. And you're able to see, well, this is what, Ornn is able to do here. And I love what this is looking like. Just an absolute blast of a game to watch. And so, yeah, there's the Mind Splitter. The one card that was revealed was a Not So Fast, and the Thousand Tail. That is a big one, too. But at least the Not So Fast is there. So if there is a Rebuke, can still get the answer. But the Thousand Tail stopped the turn. But it looks like there's nothing to be done as the Ornn takes game number 2. So we are 1-1 right now. Both of these competitors, are they undefeated? Let me double check. Currently, Vit is actually undefeated as an Ornn, and he is going against Nat, which looks like potentially had the bye there. Let me check. So Vat and Nat are both 2-0 currently, so they are trying to stay undefeated still. So we'll see how that's going to be able to play out as they side out in this deck. Pit Crew, we have Aureliad at home. Okay, that's one of the funniest comments I've seen. That's awesome. Yeah, but seriously, Pit Crew can be so fast. And I made a video about this a little bit ago, last week. And I really think that Pit Crew is just better suited for Ornn. And it might have been that missing piece that takes Ornn to that next tier level. I don't know if that's necessarily tier 1, but it does take him to that next level, because again, if you miss out on Pit Crew, how good then is the deck able to function here? And so now Ornn is going second. Draven's going to have a chance to be able to go first. Is that going to be the big difference maker here? We'll see. I mean, we saw in game 1 that Draven was able to take it, although slightly, and that was without Pit Crew. But if Ornn is able to get Pit Crew and then immediately go into a battlefield and potentially take one, if not both. I mean, you can go and imagine if you had like Pit Crew, recycle and play a seal, goes into a battlefield, gets a point, and then you play out like another seal and it goes back. I mean, there's a lot of things that you can be able to utilize here, and it'll be interesting to see. Right now, they are still debating, the Draven player, on what to side out in this case. And so we'll see what's able to happen here. But again, this has been an absolutely thrilling match, and I'm glad we were able to watch this. It's been an absolute show and a half to be able to see what this odd Ornn deck is able to do so incredibly well. And so we'll see what's able to be happening here. Again, looks like the sighting is finally able done. This is going to be going into game 3. Yeah, and in Ezreal, it still is really good, but you're also counting on trying to hold or open with a Cole and a Pit Crew. And sometimes that can be a little bit rough. Okay, looks like maybe there was a mistake on trying to side out again. So we'll see what is ending up happening here. Now, of course, the Draven might have accidentally revealed or removed the wrong card here. Oh, the sauce, though, is here as we see fortified position as the hidden or as the final battlefield. That's interesting. So you get +2 when defending here. +2 might when defending here. And then Targon's Peak to be able to ready 2 additional runes. Draven is going to be able to go first, but is that going to be enough here to make a difference? And is Ornn going to be answering with a turn 1 Pit Crew? We'll see, but all I know is this is going to be exciting. Also, gotta say, I love, that's my favorite rune right there, is the Calm Rune Altarts. So good. I love that rune. I do. And so again, here we go. At least they have a turn 1 drop, and it's the ability to be able to get things going. But with that, it looks like we are going to be getting things played here. I don't know if there was a rune that was recycled at that point. Yeah, that might have been a little bit of a misplay there. But still, 1 left up at the ready. The Treasure Hunter is going to be moving into the other battlefield, automatically creating a gold on the move, and then the Draven is going to be coming out. So again, not necessarily an overzealous fan, and we haven't seen a lot of overzealous fans in this particular deck list here. And so again, here we go with the Hearts of Dark Ice. That's going to be adding +3 over to the Clockwork, and he's going to be attacking in for 5 as the tapped out Darius is going to be losing that combat. And now we get another Clockwork Keeper as another rune is sacrificed. Oh, yeah. I forget, though. No, that wasn't a misplay. That was the Ornn being able to use his ability on the gear. Yeah, you know, the more you know. Yeah, I really love the Altart runes. They look really good. Chaos looks really good, and also, but I gotta say, I mean, the Calm Room just looks so good. But here we go with a Falling Star coming down. That's going to be devastating. That's going to be 3 damage, 1 on each Clockwork Keeper. But still, with a Consult the Past, that is going to be drawing 2 as the hidden card. But both are going to be falling as a Draven is going to be able to take a point. But still, I mean, sacrificing 2 runes like that can be a devastating cost to try to pay there. And that's the thing. Draven doesn't necessarily want to try to sacrifice a lot of runes here. And so here we go. We'll see. Yeah, I don't currently have an Ornn deck list. I really want it, though. This is looking awesome. And then, yep, going up to 4 in that case, though. Again, this is maybe the scary part about going first for Draven against Ornn. There's going to have to be something here that is going to allow Draven to get back into this game. And I don't know if 2 Lonely Poros are going to be able to do that, especially as 2 overzealous fans are going to be coming down. And here we go with stack deck being played. That's going to allow you to look at the top 3 cards and pick one to add to your hand, recycling the other 2. And yep, so we'll see what they end up picking here. And I mean, still even having 2 cards left and being able to ready 2, or, you know, having 2 runes left and being able to ready 2 runes is tough. But it's like, yeah, they need to figure out how to get around 2 overzealous and a hidden card. But I mean, that's a lot, as the Thousand Tail Watcher could be a decent enough answer. But the hard part is you still got to get around the overzealous. So I mean, both are at least at 1 to 2. So the overzealous will maybe have to sacrifice himself here. But if there's maybe even a rebuke at this point, nope, looks like overzealous is going to be pushing or trading in this case. But the Poro does die alone. That's going to be a drawn card. And it's like I still would maybe even want to push it back just to not give my opponent there. Yeah, and if it dies... Yeah, if you allow the battlefield to resolve, the Kaisa is going to be dying too. And so, yeah, okay, looks like he might have done a little bit of a misclick. And now the other Poro is going to be moving in. If there's a fight or flight to be played from hand, or even maybe a rebuke, now is the time. Well, and also even you could start, it looks like a fight or flight is going to be coming out. So it's going to be pushing it back. And still maybe even a rebuke at this point. And if there is, and you go up to 6, that's going to be devastating. Yep, there it is. The rebuke coming down on the Thousand Tail Watcher. And again, that is also going to be multiple 1 combats there that Draven is able to draw each time from. And so, yeah, there was a little bit of maybe a misclick there. That wasn't a changed exchange, but instead it was just a really... you know, instead, Overzealous did push it back because otherwise the Kaisa would die. But still, this is difficult. And, I mean, this is a very difficult... This is a difficult situation. Now, the thing is here, too, they're going to be able to rebuild their board state. So, now, Edge of Night is going to be able to auto-equip here. And it's not a May. When you play this card from face down, attach it. So, you have to attach it. And so, there we go with a Darius going back out. And then might be, oh yeah, pulling back and then saying, all right, you can have both battlefields. It's going to be essentially 3 to 6. But the Draven might even just be trying to hold here. you don't necessarily need to either. You could easily pull both back and be in a good position here, and it looks like that very well might be the case. Yep, everything is going back, and he's saying, all right, I'm going to give you a chance to take both battlefields. And that's going to be 3-6, and he's going to at least have to be able to hold one of them. If he holds one, that's going to be a big difference maker. Now, again, we also have fortified position, which adds shield too. So that portal is going to be up to 4. And you're not necessarily worried about it dying alone. So you don't need necessarily the card draw. You need to be able to stay alive. And so here we are again, going to be tapping some runes. There we go with a charm coming in. That's going to be a step in the right direction, at least, being able to move an enemy unit. And so that's going to be on the Darius. That's going to be a good answer there, immediately killing it. And again, you're seeing the power of Heart of Dark Ice, being able to go up to 7 with the fortified position there and the Heart of Dark Ice. Now, again, there we go with the Thousand Tail. And it's like, yeah, you would need almost like a triple charm to be able to stay into this game. But a hidden card is going to be a step in the right direction, especially now having an additional 2 runes at the ready. But at the same time, what are you going to be able to do if he takes the Targon's Peak and then is able to just reinforce? So right now it is going to be a 4-2. The Lonely Poro is going to die in this case. Now with that, at the death activation, we are going to see Consult the Past. And that's going to be drawing 3 cards there. So potentially an answer to be able to hold down here. But if there is, oh gosh, if there is a Rebuke, a Fight or Flight, a Rebuke, you essentially would need a Rebuke and a Fight or Flight. But with him reinforcing, he doesn't have it. And if there is maybe another Thousand Tail... No, that's the hard part because there's the Overzealous. You'd be sacking the Overzealous. And another Darius is coming down here to be able to defend with another Overzealous fan. He is tapped out but has such a defense here. I'm not sure how Vit is going to be able to win this game here. What a play. Now is going to be going up to 4. There's a little silver lining there. Tapping all 8. And it looks like that is going to be another Thousand Tail. But again, there's no necessary way to get over. And the Overzealous fan is just going to be able to back out. Yeah, and it looks like the Draven player did forget to untap 2. There he goes. Now he remembered. But it's going to be 10-2, and you're just going to sack the Overzealous. And I think that is going to be the game. And so Draven going first against Ornn is just so powerful here. And also having the two Lonely Poros in the hand, I think was just a little bit too much of a setback here. You know, I didn't want it to be, but it felt like it was just too much of a setback. And so, yeah, it looks like that is going to be the match. And I mean, the Ornn had a lot of really exciting stuff to be able to be seen here. And unfortunately, it just wasn't quite able to get there. Now, had some really good options in hand. I mean, I love the Tasty Faithful, Pit Crew, and things like that. And the deck might still need a little bit more refining to be able to get some more board presence there, especially against Draven. That's going to be the hardest matchup still. But I mean, a really great deck there from Ornn, and you were able to see what it was able to do. Now, likewise, we are going to be looking again at, oh my gosh, we already have a lot of these done. We have one round coming after this, but as of right now, we have Doughy Nut that is playing against Serious Player, Trainer Wyatt versus Eagle, are the 2 that we are waiting for with about 15 minutes left. So let's actually watch some Serious Player here. I think that might actually be pretty fun to be able to see. And yeah, I gotta say though, really was impressed with what that Ornn was able to do. Really cool to see. And yeah, I think if Ornn can find that proper balance, could be very scary to go against here. Now, it looks like next we are going to be seeing an Ahri versus an Annie in this case. So, here we go. And so, like I said, definitely going to be taking you guys here just so we don't miss too much. I'll fix it while we play. But still, though. And here we go with an Unguard targeting the Aurelia here. That's going to be a good play to get things moving. But still, here we go with the Ahri up top. And the Annie. Or whoops, Annie. And Ahri. Okay. So yeah, this is going to be really fun. And holy crap, is there a lot of stuff going on right there. We got a Stupefy coming in as well as a Discipline. So very well could be trying to just get that little extra card draw here. The Discipline is going to be added over into the Ahri, so that's going to be going up to 5 in this case, and still a very difficult situation here. And I got to say, I love this Sona play here too, because you are able to ready 4 friendly runes. I don't know about enemy runes, but friendly runes you are able to ready at the end of your turn. And that already is going to be scary enough. Especially against Ahri. And again, we're going against Annie here, so we'll see how it ends up going. But another Stupefy coming down. And keep in mind, this is also Draven's turn. Or not Draven, Annie's turn, sorry. It's Annie's turn currently. So all of that was activated. All that card draw was drawn. And they were able to get a lot of utilization there. And then also each unit, because of the Ahri legend ability, is going to be adding a -1. And so right now we're seeing 6 to 6. That's already going to be scary enough. And so this is a very strong point here. And also, not to mention, all the cards that were played here, Ravenbloom student also got the plus added here. What? I'm just now seeing both Ahri Inquisitives. That's a little hard to see in the background, but both Ahri Inquisitives in both battlefields. I'm not sure how they're going to be able to get around this kind of board state. But here we are. And so, yeah, the Thunder Song was the thing that really started everything off. The one thing that I do like about Thunder Song is that it does say, hey, no more cards to be played. The problem is that you can play reactions on the trigger of his ability. So he's like, hey, by the way, when you play me, no more cards. Okay, cool. Well, I'm green. I have all these reactions. So react, call it good. So here we go with a Rebuke coming in that is going to be able to move a unit. My guess is that's probably going to be moving one of the Ahris back, probably the buffed Ahri here at 5. That's going to be a little bit of a win, a little bit of work less that Ahri or that Doina is going to have to put in here. Maybe a little bit of a sigh of relief. So again, that's going to be a big sin back there. With Draven now being able to go back up to 5 because that is the second card played. Here, sorry guys, I got to drop some people while we are playing this. There we go. So just got to get that going. Okay. So here we go with this battle exchange again. That is a lot of, I mean, I'm sure he's adding the counters to be able to figure out where he's at specifically with might before attacking in. That is a smart thing, something that you're able to potentially do. And it's like, even with that though, both Aries are, or both, both of the Aries are able to also give an additional -2 to a unit. So you got to try to play around that. And that can stick you between a rock and a hard place there. And so it looks like this is going to be the last round that we are waiting. So as soon as this is over, we're going to be going into the final round. But it looks like Sneaky Deckhand is going to be going in here. And tapping a rune. Could be a cleave. Maybe trying to trade into the Ahri, because the -2 is going to activate before the fact. Yep, so there's the cleave. And that's going to go up to 4. That's going to be able to take out the Ahri in that case. So really good play right there. Immediately able to, because again, you can't go down to 0. And so that's going to be a big exchange. The Aurelia is still going to be able to hold the battlefield. But again, now you're going to be able to... Now you're going to maybe be a little bit worried here. About the other exchange with the Aurelia, because you don't want to lose too much here. And you got to somehow get over 6. So it's Darius and something else. Darius and Kai'Sa looks like that's going to be the option. So do you want to give the Annie an additional card draw, or do you want Darius to be able to play 2 cards and be able to attack into the other battlefield next turn? You know, that's a really good question there to be able to think. But looks like the Darius is going to be chosen in this case. The Kai'Sa is then going to be able to go up to 7 and draw a card. And also, I mean, that's going to be close as the Ezreal moves in. Now, especially because the Ahri specifically says that you -1 when defend when a unit attacks at a battlefield. So, and looks like this might very well be a Thousand Tail potentially. Oh, there's a Thousand Tail. Is there going to be a Rebuke played? He is completely tapped out here. This is the final push of the Ahri. If there is a Rebuke in hand, the game is over. If there isn't a Rebuke in hand, the game is over. It goes both ways. Oh, but there's going to be a Ride the Wind. That's going to be selecting the Thunder Song, which also is going down to 1. But I mean, oh, wait, no, he's... Yeah, so that's not going to be anything there. So that's going to probably be the game, as the Thousand Tail Watcher is able to defeat Ahri. Now, of course, we'll see if we do go into game number 3. I somewhat doubt it. But still something to definitely keep in mind here. So let me go and post that the final round is going to be starting. And round 4 will end at 20 after the hour. Final round. So yeah, that was a really cool match. I really do like seeing that. Now, next, of course, we have J-Chan that is going to be going against... J-Chan that is going to be going against Nat. So, I mean, again, that's going to be a really good matchup. I believe, that's Draven v. Draven in the finals here. They're the 2 final defeated ones. And then otherwise, we have Vit versus Al 808, which is really good. And here is the rest of the leaderboard. So definitely something to keep in mind here. Really cool to be able to see how everything has been able to play out here. And it all comes down to this. We have some really cool options here, but I think we are going to be going Nat and J-Chan. So to be able to see this final round. So here we go, guys. That's going to be something to keep in mind. Let's see what is posted here. And then we'll get into the game. But yeah, we're going to be going into round number 4. The final round. So something to definitely keep in mind and watch here. I'm excited. We've had some banger of games today. I've been super excited to watch this. And Thousand Tail was able to put in work. And honestly, Ari is really good. I mean, it was able to get what 24th place last two regionals ago. So definitely something to see there. And so, yeah, this is going to be the final game. And so, likewise, again, we are doing J-Chan versus... Yeah, J-Chan versus... who's the other guy? Gosh dang. Nat. On the bracket, it says his name, but on TCG Arena, it doesn't. So... Okay, bottom player is J-Chan. And top player... We're almost there, guys. And they are just about to start. And so here we go, Draven v. Draven. This is going to be the last round. After this, we aren't going to be going over anything else. After this, so this will be the very final round. And so already we have a start here. Is it going to be who ends up winning the die roll is going to be how it is? We'll see. But already we have a stacked deck that is coming down for the Draven, potentially maybe trying to find a true 2-drop. Or even Noxus Hopeful. There's the Noxus Hopeful that is able to be played. We're going to see Overzealous Fan going into the battlefield of the Reaver's Row. Again, this is going to be double Reavers, which is already scary enough to try to deal with everything that is going to be here. So, and then a Kaisa being hard casted. Now, interestingly enough, the Overzealous Fan is going to be retreating back to the battlefield. And that is going to be a 1 combat here for the Noxus Hopeful. And so, yeah, we'll see. And this, again, is going to be the final round. This is played on TCG Arena. And we run this tournament every Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern. It's free to join and you're able to compete. Just please be familiar with TCG Arena. I also have a tutorial on how to play Riftbound online on my YouTube channel for you to be able to see what it takes to be able to play. They also have random queuing here if you want to practice. So it looks like here we go with a cleave. That is going to be enough to be able to stop the Noxus Hopeful. He was going to stay, but it looks like there was some answers there as another Falling Star is now going to be coming down, double tapping on the Draven, and that is going to be taking him down as we go up to 3. So not only is that a 1 combat, but a very powerful turn right there as the Noxus Hopeful again is played into base. And so, yeah, we'll see how that's going to be playing out, but already just a very powerful start here. And gotta say, this is a really interesting game to watch. And again, I'm still debating on whether or not whoever goes first for Draven just wins. Because it feels like when you are going second in the Draven v. Draven mirror match, it is such an uphill battle. So here we go in with the Piercing Light. That's going to be able to deal 2 to a unit and then 2 to 1 in the base. That's going to be able to clear them up. And that's a lot of damage that was able to be dealt. But still, one Overzealous Fan still remains on the battlefield. That's going to be scoring another point. And so we'll see what actually ends up happening here. But, I mean, this is a... Dang it, I hate when it does that. This is a difficult situation here for the Draven. There's a 3-point deficit, which is already going to be a little bit difficult to try to play around. And so if somehow they are going to be able to... that can make a big difference. But what do you do to get back into this game? And yeah, there is the potential of getting accelerated units out. But even then, this is something that is a hard situation, especially with one rune at the ready. And likewise, on the other end, looks like Draven is just going to be hardcasted. Again, the Overzealous fan is not going to be there to actually defend and win a combat. Instead, quite the opposite. He might be pulled back again and then utilize the next turn, but looks like that's not going to be the case. So 6 cards in hand for J-Chan here. And he's going to have to find a way around to try to deal with this board state. So yeah, we'll see what's able to happen here. But again, this is between a rock and a hard place, it looks like. And could be a big difference. But it looks like it is going to be Overzealous into Overzealous. Going to be utilizing Overzealous to push it back into base. And so immediately that's going to be a great response there to slow down the game a little bit. And next turn, being able to go up to 6 and then add some more defenses so that you're able to hold and continue to defend and maybe lock down this game 1 versus J-Chan. And so here we go. Looks like a Darius is going to be coming out here. And if there is a Darius that is able to be played, yeah, it looks like an Overzealous too, so the Darius will ready up, be able to still get a point, but looks like will not be attacking him. But 2 Overzealous fans is scary, but you need to be able to hold the battlefield. And I mean, right now, we're seeing the Treasure Hunter be able to create a gold on the move and then get an additional point for the Conquer. Darius is tapped out. You're able to do whatever you want here, and that is going to be a very difficult thing to try to answer. And so Darius is now going to be moving into the other Reaver's Row, going up to 6. Almost done, like probably 15 minutes. And so we'll see what ends up happening here. And so again, we're looking at the top 3 decks, maybe trying to get some more answers with the stacked deck. Anything for like a Overzealous fan. I mean, heck, even something along the lines of Falling Star would be okay here. It wouldn't necessarily be amazing because, again, there's already so many accelerated units that you can potentially run into. And so we'll see what is able to be seen here, if there's maybe going to be a response. And so again, you got a card face down that is able to help defend, and he passes with 7 runes at the ready. That's scary. I mean, because first and foremost, if you do have like a fight or flight, you can add +2 to Draven, then fight or flight. Then they attack him with another unit. Well, then you have maybe another response, and you add another 2 to Draven, and then maybe play his signature gear. So it's like, what do you do at that point? So with Reaver's Row, that is going to be backing out. Scarily enough, that means that also you're giving your opponent another card. And so here we go with the Overzealous and the Darius both coming in, though no cards have been played. So Darius is currently at a 5. If 2 cards are played, then Darius will ready back up. And so you got to be a little bit strategic about how you go about dealing with this kind of board state, because otherwise it is going to be just a difficult situation to deal with. And it looks like we do have a fight or flight that will be coming down on the side of Nat 14. That's going to be pushing the Darius out. Now still the Rebuke is going to be coming in on the Draven. And the Edge of Night is going to be going back to base. So that's going to be a much needed exchange victory there. And there was a lot of utility that ended up being used, but still another 1 combat. That could be something to really turn around this game. But yeah, I mean, you still got to figure out how to get away from this point deficit. That's the scariest part here, because if somehow we're able to go accelerate, boom, we're back up to 7. And so here we go. Maybe another... Nope, not a Darius in this case. But yeah, it looks... Oh, it is a Darius. Okay. And then looks like going to be doing a full reinforce here. And so that might be what they need to be able to change the tide a little bit. And we'll see what is able to be done here. But again, 1 rune at the ready for the Darius. And it might just be build up the battlefields and pass, because, I mean, the biggest thing is how do you get around the Overzealous? That'll just push you back and give your opponent another card. And so, yeah, looks like going to be attaching the equipment going in for 3 into the Reaver's Row. I mean, it's the same battlefield. It's the same battle. Doesn't matter where you go. It's going to be the same exact results here, but still going to be able to create a gold. There's only 1 rune, though, in the Draven. And so, again, with everything, Reaver's Row is going to activate first, then also the Overzealous fan. And so here and now, J-Chan is going to need to decide if he uses Overzealous and if he pulls back Darius. If he says no to those, he has a chance where things are going to be reacted to. So it looks like it might be staying here and then going in with a switcheroo to be able to switch the mites with the Draven and the treasure. So going to be going up to 7 at that point. Or 5? Yeah, right? It should be something like that. We'll assume they're doing it right. Yeah, 5. Okay, good. Glad they caught that. And then Draven's going to be down to 3. So that is going to be currently 5 to 5. So there still needs to be another answer on the side of Nat. And if there's not, then I don't want to say that pun. I was going to say, then this was all for naught. Oh, I'm a dad. What can I say? Oh, and it is going to be a straight across trade. Oh, man. And while that is decent, still having a Darius and an Overzealous fan is going to be I mean, that's going to be tough right there. That's not something you want to necessarily see because, again, you can play 2 cards and then immediately just pull back. Oh gosh, did I do that? Dang it, sorry guys. I do that every now and again. I too choose chaos. There we go. I think we have it back. Have it back to where it needs to be. Okay, we're good. Sorry about that. I need to lock that. But that's okay. I'll do that next week. Anyway, so here we go with a Darius, though, that is still able to come in. That is going to be 7-7 at this point. So again, going to be asking, do you want to utilize the overzealous fan? And if so, you're going to be pushing back the Darius, but and gaining a card, going up to 4, but the Darius is going to be able to attack. And so at this point, even if the Darius moves over to the other Reaver's Row on the following turn, it is only going to be 5-6, and J-Chan is still going to be 1 behind. And so, yeah, that is going to be a 1 combat. That will be a card drawn from the Draven Legend ability. And potentially another point scored at this upkeep. But still, J-Chan has a hill to climb. It's not a mountain anymore. It was a mountain. He's done a good job at dealing with the board state that Nat's been able to create. Now it's time to say, all right, let's get this done. Let's see what we can do to continue to maintain some momentum into this match. And so here we go again. That is going to be 7 runes at the ready, going up to 4. 2 runes, though, so again, could be potentially a rebuke in hand. So going to be starting with a stack deck to be able to look at 3, adding 1 to hand. And then also another stack deck coming down. And so the Darius is going to be ready going into the other battlefield and passing. So 8 runes on the Nat side, but at the same time, J-Chan still has 5 runes up with 7 cards in hand. No cards hidden, at least, but you still got to try to play around this. But a rebuke might be a start in the right direction. That's going to be card number 1 played. So again, if there's maybe a hard bargain, though, that's not necessarily been seen in too many deck lists. And yeah, Ragnarok, this is a free tournament to enter every Tuesday. We start at 6 Eastern, play on TCG Arena. In order to sign up, join the Discord. And I put the sign-up link on every Sunday or Monday. I'll tag everyone, and you have until the start of the tournament to be able to sign up and check in. So here we go with the Darius going into the tournament. Or not into... Here we go. Going into the battlefield. Should be now going up to 7. Looks like that is going to be going through. So another good response here. And now another stacked deck, though, on the other side here with Nat. And yeah, so the biggest thing, if you do join this tournament, I do just ask that you are familiar with TCG Arena. And we do have tutorials to teach you how to play, which can really help. And so here we are at the cusp of game number 1. And so far, it is looking like whoever goes first might have that advantage. And we have a Darius, or a Draven, that is going to be back. Yeah, that would count as a draw. Because the change resolve. Yeah, and it's not like... And the showdown hasn't concluded. And so, yeah, here we go with the... Oh, Blade coming out. That's going to be 8 at that point. But the Draven's just going to be pulling back. Only 2 runes left for J-Chan. And, I mean, he's been playing Draven a lot. And so he does have a card hidden that's going to be helping out a little. But, I mean, if there's any rebukes, then this game could be as good as done. So first and foremost, that Draven is going to be going into the battlefield, maybe trying to get some more card draw, maybe trying to draw into the rebuke. But that is going to be a fight or flight on the Draven. Is that going to be enough? Again, if there's a hard bargain, there's not going to be enough to be able to play it. And so Nat might be taking game 1. Yeah, it looks like a fight or flight is going to be utilizing that. And game number 1 might not be going... Oh, with a ride the wind to push it right back in. Is that card number 2? And then a rebuke coming down. And so all the answers were had here at this point. And that is going to be the conclusion of game number 1 as Nat took it. Wow. I mean, good job there. That was a tough game. And again, I go back to, in the Draven mirror match, you have such an advantage going first. I played the Draven mirror match today on stream, and it was a very difficult thing to where it just feels like unless a lot of things go right your way and a lot of things don't go their way, then you're going to really struggle here. And so both players are now sighting out their decks. We already have a match. Oh, yeah, finished with Brocane winning 2-0 because of the drop. But, yeah, otherwise everyone else is still battling it out here in this final round. And, of course, you are always welcome to drop at any time. We play 4 rounds every Tuesday. If you only have time to be able to play 2 rounds, cool. Go ahead and play those 2 rounds. Then drop. You know, you'll still be able to get points to be able to contribute to your leaderboard to get you there, to get you to qualify for the end of season tournament. So here we go again. It looks like that they have finished their side decking. They are still going to be picking their battlefields, and then we will be starting game number 2 as J-Chan is going to be going first, and Obelisk of Power. I mean, that's going to be a tough choice here, but at least J-Chan is going to be able to start with 3. That can be scary too, because if you have something like a stack deck and then you pull into a Noxus Hopeful, that's a really powerful start. Or even like a stack deck starting with a Overzealous Fan. Again, both those combos can be very powerful, and you got to be careful with Obelisk of Power because that can be a shift in the tide. But here we go. We are going into it, and we will see if Nat is going to be able to win going second. And going to immediately start with a Kaisa coming in. Now, you do have to be a little bit careful maybe with a Falling Star coming in, but still looks like 2 is going to be tapped out here. Oh, nope, 4. Never mind. As a Draven is played, readying 2 for the Targon's Peak and passing. So again, that can be tough to try to deal with. 3 cards is not anything to bat an eye at, though you don't normally want to rebuke so early in the game. And your opponent could also have a lot of the same answers that you do. But even still, a Falling Star, or not a falling, Fight or Flight could be a early response, but it looks like it is going to be a Rebuke coming down right there to get the Kaisa back to hand. Now, of course, it can accelerate back out, but that is still going to be a 1 combat for the Draven Legend here. And so, yeah, J-Chan just forgot to score his point from last round. And so here we go. That is going to cause him to slow down a little bit. Okay. So that's not only going to be a 1 combat, but that is also going to be a good win and another point scored. Still, though, with a Draven and a Treasure Hunter, that is gonna have some potential to build up to something big. And again, the biggest thing is also making sure that you don't recycle too many runes early on. So something with like a Treasure Hunter coming in early, that's going to be a really good answer. And this is, leaving open both battlefields for Nat. Now, you do have something like Darius to really oppose your opponent here. But still, you're giving your opponent to set up their board state. So they could put down switcheroos, they could put down fighter flights, they could do overzealous fans and fighter flights, depending on what they have. And it's like, hey, now you got to answer that. And do you have the cards in hand to be able to answer? And so immediately going up 2-2, the point differential was immediately made up. And again, the Draven is completely tapped out. So this is going to be a free turn, essentially. And so, yeah, here we are going into this. I mean, still a lot of decision making here for Nat. Is going to be going with the Mind Splitter as the ultimate choice here. And you're able to get all of the hand knowledge and pick one card and say, yeah, no. And that's the thing. They now have the window into your hand, and you don't. You don't know what their 5 cards are. And so it looks like the Falling Star is going to be selected, or, the Rebuke is going to be selected. 2 runes are going to be at the ready too. And the nice part is you can at least go in with Darius, for example, and then he gets pushed back. You play 2 cards, and you can go right back in. Now, do you want to give your opponent that kind of chance? They could have a fighter flight, and that's a 1 combat and a drawn card. And so both of these opponents have gone undefeated tonight, and only one is going to be able to remain undefeated after this. And so, yes, we are currently in game number 2 of round 4. J-Chan lost game number 1 and is trying to make it up as he is going first. And now that's, again, going to be the big question. Does going first mean I'm able to win as Draven? And so right now it looks like the Darius is going to be going in. No responses there, though, but that also could be calculated, allowing the Treasure Hunter to be the fallen unit to make it to where the Darius doesn't get pushed back and then is able to ready up, and you save the rest of your utility for when they attack into the other battlefield. So here we go with a stack deck that is going to be coming out, adding 1 card to hand. That was a pretty quick decision there. And then Draven is going to be able to go into Draven, and both will have the ability to activate the Draven ability if they so choose. And so it looks like that Nat is going to do so, and also J-Chan. So it's still going to be 6-6. It's like, well, if you're going to do it, I'm going to do it. You know, yeah, I mean, yeah. So still got to be worried about the signature spells here. Rebuke is not going to be coming from Nat. But that is going to be a trade in that case. That is interesting. And it's like, well, what do you have in hand and what were you saving? I mean, we all know what's in J-Chan's hand from the Mind Splitter. But still, the treasure hunter now moving in is going to create another gold and going up to 4. So again, this is going to be a big turn here. And then pulling back in the base so that Darius is able to fight another day. Now, you do have to be worried about a fight or flight with the Mind Splitter, so do you just go for the easy point? There's 7 runes, so you very easily could. Oh, but it is going to be attacking into the occupied battlefield with 6 runes at the ready, and there's a fight or flight coming in to be able to push the Mind Splitter out. Now, there's still 4 runes, a 1 combat, so the Draven is going to be drawing here for J-Chan. Okay, so here we go, going up to 6 at this point. Going to be able to, I mean, this is going to be a big point differential at this point. Yeah, let me see. I mean, here we go. Everything is back. And so, again, going to be giving the... This is going to be a very difficult situation to try to get into these battlefields, but we'll see what is able to be done here. And yeah, both battlefields here, though. 4 here and a Thunder Song played. So still, though, that is 4 runes that you have to play through, 5 cards in hand. A Rebuke can be a really good answer. And I mean, 7 might on one board, 6 might on the other. If there's a signature spell, that's already going to be difficult enough to try to deal with. But you are going to be playing the signature spell Spinning Axe here. That could be moving Draven up. You attack in, and if he's rebuked, he's rebuked. That's going to be the hard part here. If he's fight or flighted, that's okay because you play 1 more card and he can attack right back in. But the Rebuke is in hand. And you could have, if you have a hard bargain at this point, now is the time. But there is no hard bargain. So both are going to be going back into the battlefield. The Rebuke will resolve. And there's even a chance for another Rebuke. Now, of course, Darius is going to count as a second card, going to go up to 7 and able to fight another day. But still, again, with 2 runes and 2 more Chaos runes, is there possibly another Rebuke? Well, we're about to find out. Oh, you got to be careful with that. That could be another signature. If they have another Spinning Axe going in, that's going to be Darius at 9. To the Mind Splitters 10. So maybe a bit of a risky play there. But you don't want to add so much that you can't take the other battlefield. This is J-Chan's final push. And he's also potentially saying, I don't have any other equipment and maybe even any other answers outside of this. So it looks like that is going to be a 1 combat. That is another card drawn, and this is going to be the final push. Will he be able to force a game 3 here with 3 treasure hunters? And this is something that me and King Louie were debating, is that, you know, treasure hunter, don't get me wrong, is a really good card. Oh, there's another Spinning Axe. That was the card that was top decked. And that is a really powerful... I mean, could you imagine a treasure hunter with 2 Spinning Axes just attacking you like that at 7? Against the odds, though, that's going to be going up to 8. And then a Ride the Wind to move the Darius over. And I think that is going to be sealing the game. And so, yeah, here we go. We're going in, and it is going to be 1-1. So again, both both players have been able to win the games that they have gone first. Jay Chan is going to be going second. He has played a lot of Draven. He's played a lot of Draven mirror matches. And so is this now going to be, hey, thank you. Is this going to be something that, I mean, it feels like you do just need to get so much of an upper hand to get ahead of your opponent here. That's going to be tough. Is that going to be something even possible here? But Jay-Chan has been proving that he knows the deck. He's been able to go and win Runes and Rift. We've already said that a couple of times on the stream. He is a formidable and very knowledgeable opponent, and one that should not be taken lightly. So we got to keep that in mind as we go into this game number 3. So tell me now in the comments, guys, who's going to win game number 3, Draven or Draven? Okay, no, Jay-Chan or Jay-Chan or Nat. I mean, like I said, though, gosh, Jay-Chan is a very competitive player. Very competitive. So here we go into game number 3. So the side decking is completed. Both are removing their battlefields, and the third one is going to be played. Again, another Obelisk of Power on one side. We saw Obelisk of Power last time. Oh, maybe a little bit of a mistake there. So, yeah, they are going to be... You know, Colin, you are smart to put your money on that. It's the guarantee. Excuse me. Neither player wins the showdown. Yeah, that's true. They don't even get to showdown with this deck. It'd be really interesting if they changed it instead of combat to showdown. The entire deck would change at that point. And so here we go. One player is done now. There was a lot of side decking here, so sometimes even with the mess up there, that can be a little bit of a project to try to even remember all the cards you took out and put in here. So that's tough. And so we'll see what Nat is able to do here. Again, both battlefields. Well, I mean, like... The thing is unlike Draven, LeBron flops. And I think that's going to be the biggest difference here, is that when Draven wins, it's not going to be because of any flop or complaining, but because it is just such a powerful deck. For those of you who didn't see that, it's how does Draven's winning this series affect LeBron's legacy? So... And now you know how I feel about LeBron. And here we go with the Targon's Peak on one side and an Obelisk of Power on the other. So here we are, game 3. It all comes down to this. Jay-Chan is going to be going second here. Now is going to be able to get to 4 runes, so a little bit of an advantage, and that can sometimes be the thing that really makes the difference here. Now, starting off with a Poro, I mean, the deflect Poro can make a big difference in this match, especially trying to get the deflect cost. You do not want to draw, or you do not want to have to recycle a lot of cards here. Oh, looks like it. Okay. Just played the Draven and pass. Okay, that's fair, Colin. That's fair. And so here we go with the first point being on the board to Nat here, and the Draven is going to be coming in. Now, still, there is 1 rune left at the ready. And is anything going to be recycled here to put a fight or flight or anything down at this point? You are going to be able to ready 2 runes, so you don't necessarily need to, which is a great way to be able to save some runes. Also, you do have to play around Spinning Axe. That's going to be a hard thing to play around. All 6 runes are going to be tapped, though. And there we are with the Forerunner coming in. and a pass. So not even going to try to go and get into the other battlefield. So maybe Jay-Chan has some answers to be able to take care of what's on the board. But if not, this could be a really quick game. Because now, again, you're saying, Draven, or Nat in this case, you're able to now get into both battlefields potentially. And I mean, heck, does Draven want to even get into the Obelisk of Power? And so here we go with the stack deck again, trying to dig to get some additional answers. And they did find their answer. So, I mean, that was probably a difficult choice there. And so here we go in with the... Wow. And yeah, they're not going to move in the Draven at this point. They don't want to risk it. And so here we go with the Forerunner now coming in. Now, again, this could be a big turn here, being able to get a lot of utilization here. So here we go with a Vex coming in. Oh, I love this. I love this. So for those of you who don't know, while I'm in combat, friendly spells cost 1 and 1 power less to a minimum of 1, and enemy spells cost 1 and 1 power more. And if I remember correctly, that counts for enemy hidden spells. You need to pay 1 and a power when you activate it from the hidden zone, if I recall correctly. So a really good answer here. And again, the Rebuke is going to be coming down. That can really slow down Jay-Chan here. Yeah, that can really slow down. That can be immediately going up to 4. And do you utilize Overzealous Fan? Or are you like, hey, unless you start... Yeah, so it still does count for hidden. So, and this is also the cool part that I love, side note, but one thing that I really do love about them creating these champions is it's like, well, down the line, they're probably going to also become legends. And so Vex is probably going to become a legend next set, maybe 2 sets from now. Same with Fizz, could maybe become one. And that could be really fun to be able to see. Now, of course, that'd be another purple something that is going to be in the game, and we already have enough dominant purple legends. We don't need another one. But Fizz and Vex are both champions that can be added into the game as legends. And so here we go again, going into 4. Darius is going to be into this. Which game is this? We are going into game number 3. It is currently 1-1. Both these players are undefeated tonight. As you probably know, Inferno. Good games tonight too, man. It was good. It was fun to watch your games. And so here we go with the Overzealous Fan defending the Draven with his life. So is there going to be an answer here for Jay-Chan, or is Nat going to be able to take this? So, and tomorrow we're going to have the leaderboard fully filled out and built. I have finished building it, and I've entered in the pre-season and the week 1. I need to enter in week 2 and week 3. So here we go with the Vex moving in at this point. That is immediately going to be killing the Poro, going up to 2 and drawing for the 1 combat. And now, how can you better your board state to make this differential far less? And I mean, hey, that could be a step in the right direction. A piercing light going on. That could be a step. I like the add-in. I love the saucier. Wow. I like that. That's going to be a difference maker there. Now, of course, you still have the signature gear that could be used, but it doesn't look like that's in hand. That's going to be a big win right there, and maybe something that Jade Chan needed to get back into this game. And so, man, this is gonna be tough. I'm gonna say it. But there's the Draven having to defend against the Darius. You're seeing the cards. Oh, and a Fight or Flight. This is game number 3, Ninja. They're both 1-1. So the Fight or Flight is going to be activated. Now that is at reaction speed. He also could have recycled a rune to be able to add another 2 might. But now 2 cards can be played. And the Draven is going to be able to attack right in. But again, you're risking the chance to be able to give Jade Chan another card. And so, yeah, I mean, this is a game. That's for sure. And it could really be going anyway. I think Jade Chan is playing this very well to come from behind, especially with that, with going second into a Draven deck. That is the hardest matchup, even for a Draven mirror in this case. Yeah, that's the thing. The winning of the combat is super broken, and he's the only legend that doesn't have a condition that needs to be met or answered to in this set. Fiora, it's like, well, it has to become mighty. Okay, that's card interaction that you need. Who else? I mean, gosh, I'm blanking now. Ezreal, you need to target twice to be able to draw a card, and then it exerts. Aurelia, you need to target, then you need to sacrifice a rune to be able to ready them. You know, everything has a cost to the benefit of the legend except for Draven. That's my video tomorrow, by the way. And so here we go again, going to be moving things back. And again, it's probably going to be this dance going back and forth here, trying to figure out. Yeah, he needs to tap, so it's just once per turn. And then it might be something like Sivir, where if you conquer, then you can ready it. You know, potentially. That would be fine. You know? But then you would actually need to win a conquer at that point, you know? When I conquer, ready me back up. And it has to be a conquer. It can't be just when you win a combat. You know? So we'll see how this is going to be. But again, if they errata this and they change it a ton, it's like, what do you do then? Because there's going to be a lot of players, at least initially, confused on the actual wording for a long time, because they're going to maybe repeat or print it, but that's going to be very difficult. And the thing is a Draven, again, like what I said, was Draven in the top 23 of this last in the top 23 of the last regional was 18 decks. 5 other decks weren't Draven. He had 56% and 64% in both of the China regionals so far in top 64. And he is the highest represented deck. Don't get me wrong, but it's for a reason. So here it goes. Yeah, and people can argue that it is a tier 0 at this. Well, it was a weird number because at 24th and 25th at that point, they were other decks. And so I was mainly saying it for impact more than anything. It's like, of 23 decks, 5 others were not Draven. So that's already going to be a really big exchange there, even with 6 runes up. Well, looking at the top 23, sure. But yeah. If we did top 32, if I recall correctly, I think it was like 24 of the top 32. It is a little bit misleading, but yeah, it's more so. I was just like, I was just blown away because you see the second place Fiora, third place Ezreal, fifth place Aurelia, and then like a 10th place something, and everything else is Draven. So it looks like he conceded at that point, and J-Chan was able to take it. So guys, that was a pretty good game there. J-Chan was able to bring it back even from that deficit. So again, it is such a difficult matchup to try to have that answer early on. And it's like, really, does Obelisk make that big of a difference to give you that chance to get back into the game? And it looks like that very well could be the case. And again, I mean, going second into Draven is such a... It feels like you are coming from behind and you need that little bit more to be able to get there. And so we'll see what actually is able to happen, but it looks like Draven is going to be taking this week's Tournament of Champions of the Rift. So we'll see how everything else ends up finishing up here. But taking a look at the leaderboard, it still has to... I should actually probably refresh that. It has updated a tiny bit. And so, yeah, it looks like this is going to be a really fun tournament. And again, the leaderboard is going to be fully updated tomorrow. But yeah, that's going to be the biggest thing. I was playtesting a lot of Draven today, and going second, it's like I need so much for me to go right in order to come back. So great job from J-Chan to be able to win that. His skill has truly shown there. And, you know, Draven is definitely that top deck here of this Spiritforged meta. I'm super excited to see how everything else... But it's a free tournament that is played on TCG Arena. So if you do want to play that, it's very easy to be able to join. What you then do is you join the Discord, which is in the description down below. And then afterwards, you are able to get the Champions of the Rift role in the self-roll section. And I put the sign-up link every Sunday or Monday, depending on how busy I am. After that, awesome. You're able to then go and sign up. And just be sure to check in. Check-in is an hour before, and you can check in or sign up at any time before that. So keep that in mind, but it is a lot of fun to be able to get things moving. But guys, that is going to be it for now. Thank you guys so much for being here. We'll see what all was left, and maybe we can get this going. So anyway, guys, thank you so much. I think that is going to be the stream. Thank you for being here, and until next time, guys, have a good one. Yeah, we'll see you guys next week.